claim the right of self-determination before the League of Nations. At the time this document was being put together, the United Nations we know today was League of Nations. And so the British themselves documented it, that when the natives get to find out the depth of swindle that had happened, and they organized themselves, that they will be going before the League of Nations to claim their right to self-determination. Why are we here today? The indigenous nationalities, the ones they call the natives of the time, we have come to the full consciousness of the atrocities they packed together to label Nigeria. And we are today on our way, not just on our way, we already went there. I've been part of teams that went to the UN headquarters to discuss with those who will be handling the matter when it comes to the next stage. And so it is, we decided to call your attention to this document that predates 1914. These documents were concealed from those who negotiated Nigeria, our fathers. I dealt with Nohoro, I dealt with Ojukwu, I dealt with Bankoloki, I dealt with Hope Harriman. Most of the people who actually went to Lancaster House and the meetings before Lancaster House, they confirmed to us that they didn't know that this was what they were signing into. If they knew on no account, would they have signed up? Even the question of Sharia that came up later, it was an issue at the time. And this document also predicted that the time will come when a holy war will erupt in that northern province on account of what the people are going to find out about being deceived. If you read what was here and you knew the story of Yusuf that became Boko Haram, you will see that everything happening to us, was intended to be so that this enterprise will continue the way it was. I think we can now go over to Don Pedro Baseki to take us through what has come to be.
Good morning, my friends, colleagues. I will be as dedicated to the script as possible, but this is formal. So you are my colleagues. Nigerian Union dispute emanating from grave constitutional grievances. A milestone report on the implementation of the December 16, 2020 constitutional force majeure and direction for the future. This is a test of the statement at this board press conference, August 17, 2021, by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, at the expiration of the 120-day period of consultations, which commenced on April 17, 2021. The theme of this milestone report is taking back our sovereignty, a declaration of victory over the fraud of 1999. So, gentlemen of the press, as we come to the close of the 120-day period of consultations, which commenced on the 17th day of April 2021, in the measured implementation of the constitutional force majeure, we invited you here today to update our people and the global community on the tremendous progress that has been made in giving effect to the will of the people of Nigeria,
once again, this is Star Radio UK,
which have for so long been suppressed by the forces of oppression and retrogression.
Social media handles and the best.
Recall that following the December 16, 2020 constitutional force majeure proclamation, the sovereignty dispute was declared by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination on the grounds of grave constitutional grievances. And a 5-point demand was made on the federal government of Nigeria with a 90-day period of notice for the commencement of irreversible steps towards the remediation of
We
the
go
said
straight
grievance.
to
The full text
more other
of the
headline,
proclamation was
and then I'm going to
published
take us straight
as
to
an
what is trending
advertorial
on
in the
Twitter.
January 20,
It seems
2021
already,
edition of the
these are
Guardian
just
newspapers.
of Facebook
You can
ban,
find that on
Taliban,
pages 38,
related
39,
content on the
40, and
platform.
41.
I'm sure, that
For
should
the
be
ease of
expected.
reference, it is
Also,
good that
we
we
talked
recall
about,
that the 5 points of
President
demand in the
Buhari,
December
meeting the
16,
security
2020
chief on
proclamation
Thursday. I'll be
are:
discussing that further
1.
when we come back on
A
Thursday.
formal
I'll
announcement
take a
by
little
the
bit
federal
from
government
straight
of
to
Nigeria acknowledging
the ex-deputy
the constitutional
Senate
grievances
President Ibrahim
and
Manchu
sovereignty dispute,
died.
which
Cover
declared by the
Crisis
peoples,
Peace Commission
which was declared by the peoples
Warring
of the
groups as
South
well.
and the Middle Belt of Nigeria.
Also, we go
The
straight
former commitment by the
again,
federal
the
government of
former
Nigeria
presidential candidate
to the
Moghalu has
wholesale
said Nigeria
decommission
must not recognize
and
Taliban
jettisoning
and
of the
Afghanistan.
1999
That is
Constitution
coming from
as the
Moghalu
basis
right
of the
there.
Federation
I'm
of
sure,
Nigeria,
I
as was
was
done by the
watching
government
Security
of the
Council
apartheid era
UN
Union of
yesterday,
South Africa in
and it seems,
1990.
Pakistan
And that commenced the
and also
process by which
China,
the apartheid
those part of the
constitution
three
of the
countries of
then
Saudi
South
Arabia
Africa
that
was
supported
eased out.
Taliban.
So this is
when they
not
were in that regime. The
something
former
new.
deputy governor of
It
the
is
Central
not
Bank
a
of
novelty.
Nigeria and the ex-presidential candidate
A formal announcement by the federal government of Nigeria suspending further general elections under the disputed 1999 constitution,
which is
since the winners of
Boko
such
Haram
elections
and
will swear to
Islamic
and
State
governed
in
by
West
that
African
constitution.
province. He said
So by that declaration of December 2020,
must never tolerate
that
those
constitution
and
ceases to exist, and you cannot swear people in on the basis of zero.
The terrorists. That is also
that must be clear. Any election going forward is null, void, ultra-vires, and of no consequence of constitutional backing whatsoever, howsoever, because the constitution
in Nigeria is trending as #1. It's like
a former
Big Brother that we have here in UK.
A formal
invitation
to the peoples of the South and the Middle Belt of Nigeria, we shall work out and replace and emplace a transitional authority, and we shall specify the modalities for the transitioning process, including the composition and mandate
I'm going to take
of the
some of the
transitional
other
authority,
tweets
as well as the
from
time frame for the
transition
transitioning and
yesterday,
other
Nigerian
auxiliary
government pardoned
matters.
more than 200 Boko Haram.
5.
Today,
A
Taliban
formal initiation
of
a time-bound transitioning process to midwife the emergence of fresh constitutional protocols by a two-stage process in which the constituent regional blocks will at the first stage
for the love of
distill and ratify their various constitutions
by
by referendums and
plebiscites. As there was a lot of
and then in the
whether that
second stage, negotiate the terms of federating affairs as may be dictated by the outcomes of the referendum and plebiscites.
From the trend of Twitter this morning, then I'm going to come back again to you in the studio while we start.
Recall that also that at the expiration of the 90-day period, NINAS addressed the World Press Conference in Ibadan on March 17, 2020, at which it announced a 30-day period of consultations with governors and other elected officials of NINAS Alliance territory, and which expired on April 16, 2021. Also recall that on the 17th day of April 2021, NINAS announced the commencement of another period of 120 days of consultations with the peoples of Nigeria, as well as the critical stakeholders segment of the international community, which period came to a close on August the 16th, 2021. We are glad to report to you, our people, and the international community today, the 17th day of August 2021, the spectacular success of the joint multi-regional constitutional force majority in its main objective of defeating and peacefully easing out the imposed, toxic, and fraudulent 1999 constitution, upon which the distressed Federation of Nigeria is presently constructed. This victory over the fraud of 1999 is the first major step towards the recovery and reinstatement of the sovereignty of the constituent components of the defunct Federation of Nigeria,
like I
in
said,
the unitary union of
a
death
lot of people
that Nigeria has
have
become
the love
all that
of not
defeated
just
the
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, just like
1999
people
unitary
have the love for Sunday
constitution.
Igboho, but it's about the freedom.
In order to understand the victory,
the only way, I mean, if
we have just
was it
declared
our
over
thought,
that toxic 1999 constitution,
security
and for the benefit of those who may not have
come
followed the
take them out of their
development
house
in the
and take
Nigerian
them
politics
as they
in
do,
December
and that's why
16,
it's kind of
2020,
civil
activation of the
disobedience,
constitutional
as
force
you might want to
majority.
call it. And
It
in as
is
much as
significant to note that
whether
one,
they should go ahead or not,
in the
more people
90-day period of notice to federal government of Nigeria,
more people
the attempt to resort to the backdoor
still went ahead
of constitutional amendments as response to the sovereignty dispute raised by NINAS was rejected countrywide, as NINAS and other major stakeholders, including some governors, insisted that the 1999 constitution was a total fraud that could not be cured by amendments, and more importantly, that the legislative mandate of the National Assembly is lawmaking and does not extend to constitution making. It is not a constitution drafting assembly.
Well, don't go anywhere yet. Stay tuned.
That botched attempt is by itself
come back tomorrow,
an acknowledgement
I'll be giving more background
to incurable foundational flaw
that is taking place
of the
right
1999
now. Whatever we
constitution.
take out of it will be, given
In
out
the
this time,
in the
and then we'll
30-day
discuss it
period of
fully
consultation
on
of
Naija Voices
governors and other
later on.
elected officials in the Alliance territory, the governors of the southern states of Nigeria, in an unprecedented move, never before has it ever happened in the history of this country, met in Asaba to declare that open grazing will be banned in all states of southern Nigeria. Met in Asaba. This decision, if effectively brought the governors open to the side of the propositions of banned in all states of southern Nigeria. As that decision, this decision, if effectively brought the governors to the side of the propositions of NINA's constitutional force majority, as that decision in the Asaba declaration cannot be effectively carried out without first decommissioning the 1999 Constitution and its federal exclusive legislative list, which currently prohibits the states from issuing firearms to enforce such a ban. In the 120-day period of consultations with the peoples of Nigeria and the international community, the indigenous nationalities of Nigeria
just leave those of you
on
the mixing lab
and the Middle Belt in embrace of the NINAS grand propositions, marched out to the streets in their homelands and capital cities of the world, including Washington, D.C., New York, and London, to loudly assert their right to self-determination and their rejection of the unitary union of death Nigeria has become for their people under the fraudulent 1999 Constitution. In particular, the Yoruba took their self-determination campaign to the United Nations, leading the rest of the NINAS alliance to the point that the CNN reported this growing push for exit from the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914 by the Yoruba, joining the long-standing exit campaign from the Eastern Flank, framed by its proponents as the Biafra agitation. On the international circuit, between April the 28th, 2021 and April the 30th, 2021, key global powers, including the United States, the European Union, and the United Kingdom, acted in concert to point Nigeria to the key prescriptions of the December 16, 2020 constitutional force majority, and asking that the rulers of Nigeria to put guns aside and initiate a dialogue of the peoples of Nigeria to distill a fresh legal instrument, albeit a constitution. We recall that the United Nations, through its special rapporteur on Nigeria, had in September of 2021 declared the current 2019, had in September of 2019 declared the current constitutional arrangement of Nigeria as a pressure cooker for injustice, and that Nigeria, under the current 1999 Constitution, is now a danger to global peace security, as Nigeria can snap and cause an unprecedented global refugee crisis, in which Nigeria's 200 million citizens will be seeking escape from death at a time the global terror networks include ISIS and Al-Qaeda are already converging in Nigeria. Now, inside this 120-day period, a global caveat by NINAS on the reckless foreign loans by the current federal government of Nigeria saw China canceling a loan of $1 billion United States dollars on Nigeria for the construction of a gas pipeline, while the United States canceled an order for attack helicopters on Nigeria, and the United States Congress followed up with the ban of sale of weapons to Nigeria, following requests for such a ban by NINAS under U.S. concerns about gross human rights abuse by the regime in Nigeria. It is significant to note that in what seems like a sudden realization and a dawning reality on the Caliphate North, the coalition of northern groups, which had since the 2017 Igbo quit notice from the North gained notoriety for its belligerence, suddenly realigned its position to the NINAS propositions and prescriptions regarding the Nigerian question as encapsulated by the NINAS proclamation of December 16, 2020, accepting A, that the Nigerian Union has collapsed. B, that we do not have a constitution at the moment, since the imposed 1999 constitution has been repudiated and has been rejected countrywide. C, that the National Assembly cannot, by amendments, cure the fraud called the 1999 Constitution, and so must stop its present pretense that all is well with the Nigerian Union. That the National Assembly must halt the current constitutional amendment exercise and genuinely join the search for solutions to the dying Nigerian Union. D, that a grand meeting of the constituent component nationalities has become inevitable, and that the constituent components of Nigeria must, at such a meeting, first agree to form a union, that is, they must agree to federate, before undertaking the task of settling the terms of that union. These somber and profound postulations were made in a recent BBC interview by the spokesperson of the CNG, or the Coalition of Northern Groups, Abdulaziz Suleiman. The link is available on the sheet for you. So, bearing the accuracy of the ultra-conservative lot, it could be said that the postulations of the coalitions of northern groups clearly indicate that a countrywide consensus regarding the viable options for the dismantling and grand reconfiguration of the current unworkable unitary union of Nigeria has thus emerged. Happily, the comprehensive framework for undertaking the well-articulated prescriptions of the Coalition of Northern Groups in the aforementioned BBC interview are contained in the December 16, 2020 Constitutional Force Majority Proclamation. The defeat and impending demise of the 1999 Constitution sets the basis for the liberation of all who were trapped in the bondage called Nigeria. It is no longer a matter for debate that the 1999 Constitution is a fraud and a forgery that is directly responsible for practically all the miseries tormenting Nigerians, including the killings, mass poverty, gross insecurity, and general hopelessness, now leading to the demise of the Nigerian Union itself. It does not matter, therefore, which political party or which individual wins power. That constitution guarantees the evils we lament day in, day out. It is no longer a matter for debate that the peoples of Nigeria have repudiated and rejected the 1999 Constitution, and that the main people clinging tenaciously to that Constitution are the caliphate elements and their surrogates who have imposed it and for whom the rogue document is a title deed. The Constitution is a title deed by which they hold almost exclusively this vast piece of estate called Nigeria. While the only other people clinging to that 1999 Constitution of debt are the political jobbers and merchants whose humongous benefits flow from the Igbo Constitution, even as mass poverty grinds the rest of the populace they pretend to lead. The press, it is your duty to make Nigerians understand that they are being trampled upon by a paper they did not write. When you collect little and let your people suffer, and you believe in God, let me not get emotional, but to seize us out of this lacuna, we must be emotional. This is not a play issue. I'm sorry. It is no longer a matter for debate that, God will bless you, that elections are the mechanism by which the life of the 1999 Constitution is renewed every 4 years. You are like, they are dying, they die, you carry election like if it is oxygen, pump them again, and their begins to continues to live when we know ab initio it was born dead. It follows, therefore, that those who are tormented by that Constitution like me, but who nonetheless are set to go to another round of national elections under that Constitution like them, are the ones renewing and reinforcing their own damnation, bondage, and enslavement. It is now, therefore, a matter of choice whether we want to renew the source of our miseries once again in the 2023, or we want to free ourselves by rejecting now, in 2021, the invitation to join in the preparation for another round of national elections is 2023. These circles of renewal must be broken if we must be free. The Yoruba say, a stone that one sees does not blind one. The key to breaking the circle of renewal of the life of the 1999 Constitution lies in knowing that only political parties contest elections, and all political parties in Nigeria ascribe to that evil 99 Constitution. And so, whichever party wins any election, that winner will swear to uphold and defend the 1999 Constitution. It follows that political parties are solely responsible for leading the rest of us to the self-damnation of renewing the life of that 1999 Constitution every 4 years. The political parties have in this regard become the Judas. Iscariot. Judas goat that routinely lead us to the slaughter. The key to taking down the 1999 Constitution is immediately halting the political parties from dragging us to another round of national elections in 2023. This is not a call to boycott the 2023 elections, but a call to halt the preparation for 2023 inside 2021. You can only boycott when it happens. We are saying, don't even prepare to let it happen. Political parties must now way to close shop forthwith. Remember, Bola, those 5 parties there, he said they are the 5 fingers of a leprous hand. All political parties now, you see, there are more than 5. It's like they are like octopuses with hydra heads. With the defeat of the 1999 Constitution by the joint multi-regional actions of the NINAS alliance, the Sharia caliphate that imposed and holds tightly to that Constitution, as its title did, to own and to control Nigeria, is now confronted by the sudden demise of that their title did. The 1999 Constitution is dead. and is now on a desperate mission to reconquer the rest of Nigeria in order to re-establish ownership and control by conquest outside that defeated title deed. However, to be able to drive through its all-important conquest mission, the caliphate needs more time in the saddle of Nigeria's political leaders and within the authoritarian powers conferred upon them by the all-powerful 1999 Constitution. So the only way the caliphate can get that critically required time in power, that is time in the power saddle, is if the caliphate can drag all of us to the voyage of another round of national elections in 2023 and give them another 4 years of fecundating and soaking this, our loaf, this bread, until we burst. On the other hand, if we halt the voyage to 2023 inside 2021, the 1999 Constitution will lose its life inside 2021. And we will immediately get into transition and therefore on the way to regional referendums for self-determination. Let the Yoruba nation decide where they want to be, who they want to be, who they want to be. Let the Igbo nation decide who they want to be, where they want to be, and who they want to cohort with. Let the Ijaw do the same. Let Benin do the same. Let the Yoruba do the same. We know where we are. We are in a marriage because we want to. Not the arranged first marriage that was done without any of us by a man who we know is in hell, and his name is Lord Frederick. He's not in hell. Sorry. This is the same route to freedom for all constituent blocks that are fed up with the toxic Nigerian. Amidst the massive enlightenment campaign going on amongst peoples of the Alliance territory globally, concerning the correlation between the 1999 Constitution, our collective miseries, elections, and political parties, more of our people now know that going to general election in 2023 under the 1999 Constitution will spell unmitigated disaster, while halting the preparations by political parties for 2023 is guaranteed for their escape free. Accordingly, the choice is entirely in our hands. On the side of government, let it be known that it is the specter of 2023 elections that distorts and inhibits most of what would have been appropriate and common sense solutions to the multitudes of seemingly intractable problems of Nigeria. So it be sounded loud and clear that the immediate suspension of preparations towards the general elections in 2023 is the most urgently required first aid to Nigeria that is currently bleeding profusely from all sides. The risk of catastrophic implosion of Nigeria becomes exponentially increased. So NINAS call to action. NINAS has a 5-point call to action. Knowledge is power. The first task before us all in the period of commencing, that is commencing today, August 17, the year of our Lord 2021, is to help spread this information as well as other related information on the constitutional force majority amongst the peoples of the NINAS Alliance territory, wherever they are on the face of planet Earth. NINAS directs the regional blocks to advance the processing and ratification of their regional constitutions and charters in readiness for the United Nations-backed regional self-determination stay or leave referendum from the distressed Federation of Nigeria. I pause to that sentence. NINAS requests you to help intensify the signing of the ongoing NINAS referendum petition, by which NINAS December 16, 2023 Constitutional Force Majority Proclamation is addressed to the United Nations Security Council, and also support and, where possible, partake in the march at the 76th United Nations General Assembly in September 2021. In this same period commencing August 17, 2021, led the campaign to persuade the political parties to close shop forthwith for the reasons outlined therein before be intensified. All the reasons we've outlined previously in this document, it should be intensified. This will bring us to Domino 2 and the transitioning threshold, precipitating the referendums for sake. When these actions take place, it will have a domino effect that will bring us to the transitioning threshold, which is referendum. Let the Yoruba people decide who, where, why they want to be, who, where, why, who. Let the Edo people do so. Let the Igbo people do so. Let the Ijaw people do so. Let the Akwa people. Let every Nigerian decide whether to continue in this toxic, abiku, bonded relationship or revive something new. With the defeat of the 1999 Constitution and in the spirit of the transitioning prescribed in the December 16, 2020 NINAS Constitutional Force Majority Proclamation, all governments in the alliance territories are invited to brace up, take charge, and assume responsibility for the safety and economic welfare of their people, making appropriate legislations and regulations to step into roles previously denied them or prohibited by the fraudulent and now disputed 1999 Constitution, especially via the 68-item federal exclusive legislative list in that 1999 Constitution, pending when formal transitional mechanisms are worked out. Power belongs to the people. Thank you for your attention. I've read this on behalf of Professor Banji Akitoye, the sitting chairman of Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. My name is Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki. I'm the president of the Midwest Movement of Nigeria. And I'm your colleague, so you have to be fair. I'm the past MD of that communication.
Now, question time. Yes, I will answer. Okay. All right. You know them better. You know. Okay. As you introduce yourself, your name is the medium you represent, and then we go from there. Yeah. Did you raise your hand? Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Abimona.
Please, one house, please. One house. One house. We have a global audience, please. Go ahead.
My name is Abimona. I work with TBC.
Yeah.
So first, I want to know how many groups you have in this Nigerian business. So, how many groups have all together? Because I'm very sure different associations of groups under this umbrella.
Yeah.
First. Secondly, you made mention of this particular things where you talked about where the Southern governors said something about the open grazing ban and all of those things. There was something that was missing. Maybe I need you to clarify it. Because I remember that I was in that meeting. Maybe that was the one that I took was the one I was particular to this alliance. And which is, of course, we talk about the boundary. But what the Southern Governors Forum said was that they were not in support of any self-determination from any countries. Because I remember maybe they are here that even when it came to me, it was the same to me. So I want to, because when we were reading it, we were making reference to it, saying that as a result of that decision we made, in Asaba has also given consent to the fact that
They are
the 1999 Constitution, as a result of that decision, the 1999 Constitution, it's what NINAS has also been saying. So the decision they made as a result of that was in consonant with what you were saying. So I needed to clear that.
Right.
So you said all political parties should close shop.
Yes.
Okay. If they are closing shop, and I want to also ask, you said you have made consultations everywhere.
Yes.
And the consultations you have made, I want to know, did you consult also the political parties? My question. If you tell them to close shop, what exactly do you tell them in closing shop? Did you give them? I want to know exactly what you're telling me. If you're telling me to close shop, what exactly are you telling me to close shop with? The things that I want to that will be done, in the process of achieving these laudable projects. If you tell me close shop, what is the alternative? It's not that you just tell me to close shop. I want to know the alternative.
Okay. All right. So for the global audience that didn't hear, what are the constituents of NINAS? What are the constituent parts of NINAS? He wants to know, secondly, the governors also said that in that same meeting with Press Show that they do not necessarily subscribe to self-determination. So how do we align that to work things out? And then thirdly, when you say close shop, what do we exactly mean?
Okay, right. I begin with this.
The camera is moving.
This is the camera that is connected to. Okay, let's go. Now, if you go to the speech itself, and the basis of all of what we are saying now is that December 16 force majeure proclamation, published in Guardian newspaper, 4 pages as advertorial on the 20th of January 2021. Copies of it have been distributed here. Electronic copies of it have been sent to your emails and even phone numbers. Anybody listening to this broadcast now, anybody who has anybody from the south or middle belt of Nigeria who can read and write, who has not read that proclamation, may become a victim of self-imposed ignorance, because the global community, the world powers, have been discussing the details of what we proposed. And on the 28th, 29th, and 30th of April in 2021, the world powers took a common position on the situation in Nigeria. The US, the EU, and the UK. They told Nigeria pointed that in this dispute and commotion that has seized their space, that those will not speak issues that led to 1966 and 1967 and all the war that came with it have come again. Nigeria, instead of solving its problem by dialogue at the time, resorted to arms. 3.5 million people in one part of the country and refused to solve the problem to date. Unfortunately, that same problem has spread everywhere. And the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination has now become the majority in that country called Nigeria. The whole of the South, I want you to look at that map over there. The whole of the South and the whole of the Middle Belt, minus the 12 states contiguous territory that imposed Sharia simultaneously in year 2000. They are on a mission of conquest. they came from outside. You saw the document I was reading, the British called us natives at the time. The ones who are not indigenous to Nigeria are the ones invading, killing people in the east, in the west, and in the middle belt. And so there is now a new majority. There is now a new alliance that has overtaken the alliance of 1967, which isolated a small portion of the east and had their way, imposing the laws by Britain that became this constitution we have now. And so we come back to your question. I wanted to lay this background so that we can know that when the governors went to Asaba to say that they would ban open grazing, the people that come with cows and kill people everywhere, they are armed with sophisticated weapons, AK-47. If you ban open grazing, by what weapon are you going to enforce the ban? And so all we said here is that the governors in taking that position, even for the fact that they were compelled by what we were doing to meet for the first time, they have never met. And you saw the effects from the time they met. And they took that position. We are saying, and we know they are listening, and we're inviting them to come. They have moved away from where they used to be in saying they stand with that constitution for all time. They said they will ban open grazing. The guns they will require, no one of the governors can issue one rifle to either a vigilante or whatever they form. It still has to be that Abuja. And it is that constitution, the exclusive list on that constitution puts arms and ammunition on the exclusive list. And the subject of policing and all kinds of things relating to security. That is why the governors cannot, enforce that ban. Therefore, if they are serious, they say they are playing politics, I know they are not. They may have other difficulties, but I certainly know that the killings going on in their spaces do not give them joy. So we're explaining to them that the mechanism for arriving at where they can have guns that are not dependent on the ones who are killing them, because I can't make any distinction, I'm unable to make a distinction between the ones killing from inside the bush and the ones who are operating from the government now. For goodness sake, the president of Nigeria has remained a life grand patron of Mietiala. Mietiala that proudly takes responsibility for the murderous activities of Fulani headsmen. My president goes to the treasury to take 100 billion naira to give to Mietiala, that then hands it over to Fulani headsmen. How am I to make a distinction between the Mietiala, the Fulani headsman, and the president of Nigeria, who is, like their champion? That's for what's it called? That's what the governors and what they said. They also said they said that they do not subscribe to self-determination. I can tell you, because we have dealt with them, they do not understand. 99% of them do not understand the meaning of self-determination. Self-determination can mean 30% autonomy. Self-determination, as long as you are the one who decides for yourself in your space, that's all it means. Therefore, if you are the ones who are talking about restructuring, who want to go back to 1963 constitution, they're only asking for maybe 70 or 80% of autonomy, which was what Nigeria was agreed to be. And so, again, the ones who are saying they want to be Oduwa Republic or Biafra Republic, they're asking for 100% autonomy. And so, it is a question of knowing the meaning of self-determination. Self-determination can give you a gamut of options. The only thing that is important is that it is the one who has to be governed in his space that is determining who he relates with in terms of union, and the terms of that union in terms of what is written in Constitution. There are two different businesses. It's like memo and article. The memo creates the company. The article regulates the relationship between the owners of the company. There are two different documents. And so the Constitution, you see, that begins with we the people having solemnly resolved to live together, do hereby make the following Constitution. Is the memo that we the people is we the Yoruba, we the Ogoni, population that will be conscious of their own. Yoruba will be a country of 16 million people. And you say we, the Yoruba people, having solemnly resolved with the Job people, the Igbo people, the Beron people, do hereby make and give unto us, that they resolve to be in one union. That's one claim, and it's false. They now said they wrote the constitution to regulate their affairs. Again, a second false claim. And that's all we are concerned about in this movement. He had asked about
Political parties.
who is the NINAS. The NINAS, you are asking the number of organizations. In Yoruba, the last, I think was in March, we went to Ibadan. The day Igboho came to join us. The Yoruba organizations that are aligned with Ilana Omoodua alone are in excess of 100. So 120 by the last count. And as I speak with you, since NINAS began to do more things, we have received requests from over 200 other organizations that were operating in different parts of the world, home and abroad, who want from the Yoruba space alone. In the eastern part, all the self-determination organizations in the eastern half of southern Nigeria, according to what you see in that map, you see Dr. Don Pedro Obasanjo, the leader of the Midwest movement, the whole of what we call Edo State today, and the Delta State, and that flank. All the way through the Bayelsa and the rivers and Akwa Ibom, you will see the list of signatories. And therefore, you can imagine the head of BANK, may soul rest in peace, the Air Commodore, the domestic in Ghana, is signatory to this. And he didn't just go sign it. All the organizations associated with BANK were there. So all of those who had ever gathered anybody in those 11 states of what we call the South and Southeast, Nyawodo was the President General of Ohanese at the date he signed up to this. So you go from there to which other parties left? The middle belt. All of, just look at the signatures. That's why we're inviting you, particularly the media. That's why we gave you that publication. We're discussing the lives of 200 million people. The United Nations itself had enough concern to send a special rapporteur to come to find out why blood was flowing all over Nigeria. Poverty climbing the rooftop of Nigeria. For a country that sells 3 million barrels of crude oil. Young people from Nigeria running from Nigeria as if, dashing out of hell. They are ready to go anywhere. They are ready to trek across the Mediterranean desert and then the Mediterranean Sea. Everywhere they go, anywhere but Nigeria. What is the problem? That rapporteur came to the conclusion after a visit to Nigeria that happened in August of 2019. Came to the determination that it was the constitutional arrangement of Nigeria that was responsible for all those flow of blood, and that Nigeria has become a danger to the global community under that constitution. That if it is not taken care of, Nigeria will snap, and the global community will have to work out how to manage 200 million refugees, and that the global terror network, Al-Qaeda and ISIS are already here. So why would the global community and the powers that be between Washington and New York be discussing the affairs of Nigeria in this manner? And the people who are in that problem are not interested in it, and they are discussing whose turn it is to come and preside over that rotten, situation with the election that will come. What else did we talk about?
Okay, when you say political,
yeah,
political parties, just very quickly, because I see many hands in the lecture room that have come out physically.
Yeah.
When you said social, what does that mean?
We're inviting the political parties. Yes, we talk about you have what we call the Judas goat. For people who operate abattoirs, the animals, when you want to go to where you take them for slaughter, from where they are feeding them, somehow they get to know that all the animals that go this way never come back. So anytime you try to take them that way, they are that reluctant. So the operators of abattoir have to train particular goats or cows, depending on the kind of animal you have. Those goats are the ones who they come because when they see human being, they know the time to die is coming. So it is that goat that will now come, just stand as one of them and initiate the movement towards them. And as long as they're not seeing human being, they will go with him. That Judas goat is never killed because it has to do that task over and over and over again to deliver them to slaughter. You can Google it. It's not something that we manufacture. It's called Judas goat. The whole world knows. So the role the political parties in Nigeria have been playing since 1999 is that role of Judas goat. to lead us to slot once in 4 years in the name of elections, under which, by which people are going to assume power and pretend to be a democracy under a constitution that takes all our assets, that reduce us to slaves in our land, was an apartheid constitution. So we just telling the political parties that there's no other business, whether they are PDP or APC or AGA or Young People Party. We are addressing today that generation of Nigerians that organized what became NSAS. It is they are asking you to go and form party. The other time they say not too young to run. Ask them under what constitution with which constitution will the winner govern? The constitution that already took away everything, the constitution that put that electoral contour, the INEC is in Abuja, able to do and undo. You can win your election, and INEC will go and select the person on the fourth on the list, like we saw in Imo.
Who wants to local government?
Yeah, like we saw in Imo. And what are you going to do about it? So we are pleading with the political parties that the end product of everything they do is to contest election. All our miseries flow from that constitution. All the political parties in Nigeria subscribe to that constitution. Any one of them that wins will have to swear to defend and uphold that constitution. Therefore, we are back in our damnation. They are enforcing the source of our mission. But when they win the election, the ones that are governors will begin to go and take 4 or 5 billion every month. The ones that are senators will begin to take 50, 60 million every month. That's all they're interested in. And so we're inviting them to please even just listen, examine it. Because the ones who are suffering from this, the ones who are being killed, whether it's in the Middle Belt or in the East or in the West, they are the ones calling them now to say, please, we can't go to renew the life of this constitution again in 2023. Let us stop now and go into transition. And how will it happen? We are not inviting any nobody. South Africa was in exactly the same situation by 1990. Apartheid constitution was introduced in 1910. And ANC was formed in 1912. The same thing we are trying to do now was what South Africa had to contend with for 80 years. And it came to the point in 1990 that somebody in government, Frederick the Black, had the courage to say no society can be constructed on this kind of foundation, and it was signed. And he announced, he made an announcement that the apartheid constitution would be decommissioned. It is what Frederick de Klerk did in 1990 that we're inviting with the apartheid constitution to commence the process of dismantling apartheid. The only difference between our situation and that of South Africa is that in South Africa it was the Boers, but everything is the same. White skin versus black and strange minority, seizing the entire land and imposing the constitution that made everything their own to the exclusion of the owners of the land. Our own ordeal started in 1914. The white skin we have here is the Fulani, sponsored by the British. They are in a joint venture against all of them. And the proceeds of that joint venture is the 3 million barrels of crude oil that Nigeria sells every day. It belongs to them exclusively. Ask the job people, ask the security people, ask the island, and the ones, all of them in that place we call the Nigeria. It is in that regard that we are telling all of those who are listening now that what we have to do, and it's an emergency, the people who are being killed, 200 million people, or at least 150 million if you remove the Sharia belt, because those ones have succeeded. I want you, the media, to pay particular attention. The Constitution of Nigeria in Section 10 expressly prohibits state religion, whether by federal or state government. 12 contiguous states, from Sokoto that goes all the way to Maiduguri, simultaneously adopted Sharia. Have they not seceded from a secular union? They have. And we do not quarrel with that. We only say we interpret it to mean that they've exercised their right to self-determination. That's what they decided to do. Their state assemblies passed the law. The governors signed up to it. And they've been implementing it, chopping off people's hands, and detaining those who drink beer while they take money from process of bank. So we're saying that they have seceded from a secular. The title deed, which is what we are pronouncing dead today, the title deed, the Constitution, is been defeated. But our people do not know that they become free. The prison gate is open. Our people are still sitting and refusing to come to leave the gate. The Constitution that bound them leg and hand is dead. So we're inviting them today after this 120 days of consultation, having given the federal government 90 days. What did they do? They wrote to the National Assembly to try to go and do amendment. And we told them that the mandate of the National Assembly does not extend to constitutional measure. That was how the thing collapsed on their head. Then the governors, instead of coming to the consultation, we invited them. They read what they read and went to Asaba to start pretending, to start speaking in a manner that, tell their people that they are coming. They've not come around fully. We're inviting them openly again to come to the proposition because their own people who have been slaughtered are listening and waiting to see what they will do. Are they going to stand with the enemy to continue to defend and uphold this constitution, planning another election in 2023 that we need to have another constitution so that the people can be slaughtered? The people are trying to overrun us, conquer us afresh, to establish control outside what the constitution gave them. It is now up to us to allow them or not to allow them.
Thank you very much. So, Mazezeke, what we're going to do, we'll take one more question from the press here, and then I'll turn it back to you for more. I see a lot of hands open, so we'll take one more question here, and I'll turn it to you for another round of questions. Okay. Who else? Question here? Okay. Right. So introduce yourself and your media, and then your question. Project your policies.
No,
people, while that is ongoing, please, if you know you want to ask question, you have to raise your hand using the device. Please ensure your camera is turned on, that your name reflects on the on the lower third. If we have like iPhone, Galaxy or whatever, sadly, we won't call you up if you do not have your camera turned on. If you do not have your name there, we won't. So one small, can we have one more question from the audience? Then we come back to the virtual audience here. So we quickly round up.
All right, so we have one question and then we'll come back to you. Okay.
All right,
go ahead. One more question.
Yes.
Going from the experience of South Africa, waiver.
Yes.
I want to find out.
Yeah.
From all your consultations.
Yeah.
Is there anybody within the government that has publicly declared support for this segmentation?
Okay. That's your question. Right.
Secondly, it is proven to the National Assembly of the lawmakers that the ability is part of the lawmaking and not constitutional practice. What is their stand on this? And from the panel for the corporations, I want to know,
yes,
because you made us understand that it's supported widely,
yes,
the stakeholders.
Yes.
Have you personally reached Mr. President over this?
Okay, thanks. Let's take your question first together, and then we'll go to the.
Sorry. Àìbéèrè mi pé nínú ọ̀rọ̀ tí dókítà wa sì fi sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, ó ṣàlàyé pé kò ní ṣeé ṣe kí ìdìbò wáyé lọ́dún 2023. Pé láti àsìkò ká má jẹ́ kó di àsìkò yẹn ká tó sọ pé àwọn dìbò. Ṣùgbọ́n láti sin lọ ká máa gbìyànjú láti dá dúró. Kí ni àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ àbí kí ni ó yẹ kí àwọn aráàlú mọ̀ láti rí i pé wọ́n lè dá ìdìbò dúró àti pé tó bá di 2023 tó jẹ́ pé ìdìbò fẹ́ wáyé tí mo bí mo ṣe fẹ́ gbé àárín ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n tó jẹ́ pé a fún dé 2023 tí ìdìbò dẹ̀ wáyé kí ló fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ àti tí ìdìbò bá wáyé kí ló fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀.
I will start with the last question. I'll come back to you. ìjà náà mi ìjà tó mọ nǹkan tó ń pè ń jà ìjà ló máa jẹ́ ìjà ló máa jẹ́ láàrin wa o kì í ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn tó wà àti ìfútalájà àwọn ìgbọ́n wa àwọn cousins wa wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe gbọ́ ṣe mọ́ o tí wọ́n bá dìbò fún wọn tán ipò làwọn máa bá wọn jáde o ṣùgbọ́n nísìnyí a sì ń bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yẹ that's all about it. For those who didn't understand the Greek who was speaking, she was asking how this matter of getting the political parties to close shop. We are still appealing to them at this time. We say we have to persuade them because unless they are happy with the killings that are going on, unless they are happy with the misery and the poverty that has overtaken everybody, we believe we've not asked them to leave government house, those in government house. We offer transition, stay in place. We don't want that. We still have 2 years to the point of election in 2023. Between now and that 2 years, if they refuse to listen, I'm sure that those who did not know that the role they were playing all this while, young people whose future have been mortgaged, whose everything has been damaged by the constitution, the political parties are clinging on to. Those people are going to decide what we are doing is just to place all the cards on the table and to offer a framework. If you read the 5 points of demand, you will see exactly what we propose about how to go step by step. There's also another document of 2018, which has also been shared to you, that open memorandum to the President Buhari by this alliance, offering a step-by-step, start to finish, mechanism for undertaking the fundamental reconstruction that this union requires now. You see them in government every time saying that nobody knows how it will be done, how it can ever be done. No. When we convened Pronaco in 2005, and we had 164 ethnic delegations meeting for 2 years, sitting in Lagos, sitting in Port Harcourt, sitting in Enugu, sitting in Jos, sitting in Kano, including Buhari, sitting in Lagos to conclude, including Muhammad Buhari as part of the Fulani delegation that came, including the Sayyid Abubakar Sultan in Sokoto now. He was the colonel in the army. They were all parts of the delegation that came. All of the groups who were angry enough with Nigeria began to carry arms. Hassan Dokuba and his Niger Delta volunteer force, Ghana Adams and his OPC, even the ones who were talking Biafra at the time, who was wicked. We persuaded all of them to please put their guns aside and come to a meeting of the owners of Nigeria. Forget what the British did. Forget what the military did. We are here now. The trouble is here to be solved. What do we do? And we went around, doing that for 2 years. The US sent us a mission. The European Union sent us a mission. And I was directly involved in dealing with those. They started us from the first day to the last day. The draft that came out of that process, it was a delegate from Katsina that moved the motion at plenary for the adoption of that finished product. Everything we are trying to resolve now, everything we tried to resolve in 1967, were done, we put everything on the table. We actually put the question of, do we want to continue in the union? Ojukwu was involved, Enohoro was involved, Soyinka was involved. Who else do you want to go and bring to raise this discussion? And then people who are in government. Let me tell you, some of us are thinking that government, because they've conditioned us to that feudalist pyramid where the emir is at the top and nobody can ask him, what are you doing? Government is like the higher management of a company in comparison with the owners of the company, the shareholder. The Nigerian Union is a joint venture between the sovereign component, the people that have been countries of their own, but who decided to come together, which was the meeting that happened in Lancaster House, which is this first claim in this constitution of we the people has solemnly resolved. It is that falsehood that Yoruba has resolved with terror, with thief, with the job that was saying you cannot put our signature on a document we did not make that now sees all our assets. The oil and gas assets of the Niger Delta is seized from them by this constitution. There's nobody in Abuja that can return that into them except the sovereign owners of Nigeria decide what to happen. You saw the petroleum industry bill they are using to insult the intelligence of everybody. We don't have any more to tell them than the contents of that proclamation of December 16th. Anybody who will ask us any question about how should please go and read that proclamation. We come back to the first question.
Okay.
What was it?
So anyone from the
No.
From the first gentleman?
No, the first gentleman. Let us second.
Yeah, very briefly.
Yes.
We have a lot of people in the back.
Yes,
anyone from the government, like
yes.
The South African case.
Hold on.
So do you have anyone in government
who has ever been told or who now believes? There's nobody like their names I'm calling now. Their names I'm calling now, and we have documents right here. You media will see it before you go. It's in an envelope somewhere inside this premises. You will see that Buhari, who is president now, was directly involved in all that process of how do we resolve this. Nothing has changed from what we said that time, just that people didn't listen. Obasanjo went on national television at the time to say we were committing treason if we called a meeting of the owners of Nigeria. Of course, when he saw the owners of Nigeria gather, nobody told him to dress back. Now, all of them who were Buhari was part of Fulani delegation that came. The owner of the party of what do they call them now, APC, was governor in Lagos. He was directly involved from the time of, because it was the unfinished business of Nadeko that Monaco came to do, to make out the constitution by which we go to the democracy. So Bola Tinubu was very much involved. His chief of staff, Fashola, at the time we were doing it, his chief of staff who had to relate day and night with the conference was Fashola. The attorney general in that administration of Lagos State was Oshibajo, is now vice president. Who do I call, who do I leave out amongst all of them? They understand exactly what we are talking about, and they are now setting up a committee that will go and discover afresh, El-Rufai committee that will discover afresh what the meaning of restructuring is.
Okay, second one.
Lawmakers,
what is their stand? Does it matter?
The lawmakers, again, it is this misconception that unless their mandate is to make law, the constitution by which that mandate is supposed to be conferred is what we are disputing. So what we are talking about is like the owners of a company, the shareholders of a company are holding a meeting, and then the management people they hired to work for them are now sitting. They threw away their memo and article. Yeah. What happened to us in 1996 was that the memo and articles of the enterprise Nigeria was overthrown by hired management. It was people in government that it was go on the 27th day of May in 1967 that fractured the 4 regions into 12 states, and the federal government from that day became the owner of the assets of those regions, and progressively they fractured those 12 states into the 36 we have now, in which one region has become the owner and controller of everybody. The National Assembly does not have the mandate to even partake of this discussion. In what they are doing currently, amending constitution to continue in their brigandage, they are committing treason against all of us. All the people who have been swearing to defend and uphold this constitution that is a fraud. We went to court in 2007 to say that this constitution is a fraud. The Attorney General of Nigeria of the time joined issues with us in court, and he had no answer. He said he had nothing to say. That was the answer to our charge, that the constitution by which our life is being ruined is a fraud.
Okay, so let's take a very brief one from Dr. So one of the questions, and then we'll go to
the first guy at TVC. I just don't want us to continue to have an issue with definitions. So I'll try to explain it. NINAS is for the indigenous peoples of Nigeria, for self-determination. Every secession is a self-determination, but all self-determination is not equal to or tantamount to secession. Saying I want to determine how I engage in this union does not mean I want to declare Pedro Baseki Republic. Get it clear, because it is important we educate our people properly. I don't know whether you get my point. You must know that as at the time Awolowo was I'm using that deliberately, was the premier of the Western region. By self-determination, it was agreed across board by all of them that Mr. Awolowo, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, owns 50% of everything that comes out of the Western Union, of the Western region. Today, you only get 13% derivation, which is tantamount to 87% deprivation. You must know that Nigeria, when it worked, when Cocoa House was built, when Western Nigeria had TV stations, was 50, 30, 20. No, you are young people. The people that we represent, the people Tony is screaming for, the people Professor Akitoye is screaming for, when they were born, our people had 50% of whatever comes out of Lagos. 30% is put at the federal government. 20% in a federation account to be shared pro rata according to population, demography, and spread. Today, Nigeria operates via reverse osmosis. You must know you are the most important plank in everything everybody on this side is doing. That is just a comment.
Thank you very much. So, Master Zeke, over to you for some virtual audience questions.
Okay, thank you once more. We are now back here virtually. And I would be very quick, and we have over about 15 or 14 people raising their hand. But what we're going to do, people, in order to get as much as more people to ask their questions, bear in mind this will be lumped into one. Now, the following is how I'm going to do it. I'll give you 30 seconds. Please ensure your camera is turned on. If your camera is not turned on and your name does not show, you will be jumped. 30 seconds, ask your question. Please, those at the conference center, make note. I'm going to get Desmond Allah, you're there. Please, can you unmute yourself? Your 30 seconds starts now.
Thank you so much. My question is this. We are the people that give the politician the gas and the power to be humiliating us. An election will be taking place in West Nigeria if it's still if we're still alive, if the country will still be alive. What are we doing to make sure that Osun Ekiti will not have the election in place? Mobilize the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's very good. So please note that down. He asked, what are we doing to ensure that election and in Osun and Ekiti? So I don't know if that's part of the plan. But again, let's get quickly. Bukini Olaseni, please. Bukini Olaseni. Ensure.
Yeah, thank you very much. My concern is for Lagos State, one. Secondly, my concern is for the youth between the age of 15 and 25. How do we orientate these people to see what we are not, to see what we are seeing, because it seems they are sleeping? How do we enlighten them? How do we teach them? How do we let them know what is happening? And how do we get them involved? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's a very brilliant time management there. And the next person is Joseph Anu. Joseph, quickly, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Please, this is what I'm going to ask. There's something that's going on that is victimized we youth that doesn't give us room to come out, to come and express our feelings, which is police brutality. There's seriously police brutality going on in Nigeria, especially in Lagos State and Ogun State. They kill people, they kidnap people day in, day night, killing, and nothing was going on. And this is part of what is giving us fear to come out, to express our feelings, to join most of you people. A lot of you, but they are afraid. Please.
Thank you very much for your question. So the next person is Prince Adewale, please. Prince Adewale, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you, Tony, for taking us this far. I appreciate you so much. Because of the time constraint, just going to go quickly. Part of what I need to ask had just been asked by Mr. Joseph. As we all say, there's so much problem, so much arrest, police brutality, arresting our people, government killing, arresting within Yoruba, demanding ransom, because the way they're asking us to bail is like demanding ransom from us. Is there anything we can do to stop this? Maybe if NINAS can help us speak to the international community.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your time is up. Sorry, Adoye King, please. It's the same question that you've just been asked. Adoye King, please. Quickly.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay, some of the questions I would like to ask has also been asked, but then I just want to add a little bit of it. Now, the international community, because I want to believe the international community will play a very big part in this. Now, the international community, what is their own perspective of this? Like, are they really willing to come to the aid of the indigenous people of Nigeria? Are they really involved in this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very good time management as well. So I would now take, sadly, I will only take two more, then we'll wrap it up because I can see there are some questions that were paired. Please, if someone has asked your question, there is no need, repeating them. You can just lower your hands so that that question will be attended to. I'm going to take Joseph Kari. Joseph Kari, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask the question. My question is it possible for NINAS to mobilize the so-called electorate to start to recall their representatives in the National Assembly as part of the shutting down of the political parties? That's my question.
Thank you very much. And the last person I will be taking now will be Olufemi Adeni. Olufemi Adeni, quickly unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you very much. My question is about some of our people that are being held hostage in Abuja and outside Nigeria. So I know that some people have been involved in their release. What is NINAS doing to ensure that our people are not held hostage again and their property houses are no longer destroyed again by these lawless people? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, you may quickly also mute yourself. So that's the much we took. 7 questions, but I think we can basically say it's 5 questions because some of them overlapped. So Tony, I think you obviously, you in the center there had all that was asked. So my question then will be, can you kindly respond to this? Can we be very sensitive of time? And the time starts now. Go ahead.
Right. I begin with this one that talked about what we could do about Ekiti and Osun election. Again, we invite everybody to go and read exactly what we wrote down. It's in the proclamation. It is in the one of the statement of today. We are not concerned about the off-season election of states. Anambra here, Ekiti there. It is 2023 election that we are concerned with. To shut down the journey to it before it begins. Anything that happens to that general situation will everybody will adjust to it. If those states are lucky to have done the election before the shutdown happens, good luck to them. If they'll be sensitive enough to realize, like P2B has just been telling them, that initially he thought it was the good driver, which he thought he would be, that was required. No, the engine of Nigeria is not. And so it is the presidential election of 2023 that we are talking about. We've not asked anybody to go to disrupt any of the corner side. Let us read what is written so that we can put ourselves in the plan. If you do not understand the plan and you jump into the middle of it to go and enforce it in your own small area, you may just enjoy yourself. So it is the 2023 national election, presidential election, that is our principal concern. That's for this one. Rotimi was talking about youth and what they will be asking, we are asking them to do. The knowledge the youth have, is what is required most in this current engagement. The internet is there to spread it is this information. If 5% of those who are lamenting in Nigeria who have education enough to join the task, if 5% of them get to know what you now know, this problem will not take 6 months to solve completely. But if they leave the solution we are bringing, and they are listening to noise and just becoming emotional and not, having any plan that can be advanced to solve the problem, they are going to put themselves in harm's way. We are here engaging the source of the problem. It is this constitution that, guarantees all of what is happening. And we are in a position to pull back our signature from this constitution and take it down. And all of those things will be extinguished from source. If you are not interested in going to extinguish it at source, and you are just interested in going to cause commotion outside the plant, then you may expose yourself to danger. That's what we're going to say about that. The youth, if they join, this matter will be solved, including the police brutality. Is it not because we have a centralized police system that we are now talking about what NSAS and all of that? If you solve police, who's going to solve NEPA? Who's going to solve the infrastructure as well? Who's going to solve quota system that lock you out of opportunity? Who's going to solve the mass poverty in which this naira is gone to 500 plus for $1? If you don't listen and look at what can solve the problem and be a part of how that is being done, then the problem will survive. But if you listen to it, we'll spread this message in a matter of weeks. Everybody will get to know. The politicians and all of those who are upholding the constitution are too few. The Fulani and whoever they bring from across the border are again too few. How can they contend with this alliance if all of us become serious? But if we decide to work with ignorance, which is one of the key things that sustain them, our ignorance is their biggest capital. We have education, we have information, we have internet that can multiply it. Why are we not using all of that with the avalanche of information we have now to get rid of this problem once and for all? So that's about that. We come down to Kerry that talked about recall. No, we have a timeline, situation in which if we work hard, there's no reason why that constitution will not be out of our life in course of 2021. Why do we have to waste time to recall them something that will now be in the hands of INEC to do? Let us examine the plan we have on the table and then bring our energies to that plan. If we are discussing within the context of that plan, we turn off the tap and stop mopping. All these patches of reaction here and there will not take us anywhere. They are already upon us. They want to kill us off and take our land. We don't have the luxury of time to be recalling them and discussing something that will be in the hands of INEC to decide for us when we need the energy to go straight to reaching the domino 2 milestone. That's what I don't think. I don't know whether there's anything that has been left out.
Okay.
If you have more time, if you don't mind, if you have if you have more time, we can take, because obviously there are more people that raised their hand. So how does that sit there?
So
are we able to take more questions?
What we can do, Maz is okay. We have, if you have a way of getting the email addresses, we can send this material, this text of the speech to everyone, because it pretty much has many of the answers that we really want to round up like 2 minutes.
Okay.
At the hour of 1 o'clock.
That's fine. I mean, for many people that are watching us globally, the speech that was read is already online. If you want to find it, you can head to njenjemedia.com. It's already published there. And for many of you who are also on this Zoom, that has been shared in the comment section. Also, for anyone who wishes to know more about NINAS, obviously, I would allow Tony just 1 minute. And when I say 1 minute, I mean 1 minute to give just a summary of where to get what information as regards to NINAS? Or Tony, do you want me to get Johnny to do that? Or do you want to take it up? Strictly 1 minute.
No, Johnny can. Johnny will do better with us. But let me just close by telling our people that the right we are exercising now, which is why Nigeria has a problem, including those who are asking what is international community doing. International community has gone ahead of us. What was the reason the US canceled the sale of attack helicopters, $875 million worth against Nigeria? What was the reason China canceled loan of $1 billion they already approved? What was the reason Nigeria been put on the special as a country of special concern, along with Iran as a state sponsors of terror? The international community is waiting for us to do the little. We spent the whole of 2019 discussing from one department to the other. There's nothing we have said in this room now that was not said that I did not have to take on the floor of Congress in Capitol Hill, both in the House and in the Senate and at the State Department. They have gone ahead to initiate policies that should have, that we should take advantage of. But our people are not listening, and they're just, everybody is trying to reinvent the wheel in their corner. The international committee is waiting for us to demonstrate that we have rejected this constitution. There's nothing else that will bring them here to come and do the balance of what we cannot do. Let us do that at our own part in telling those who hold us hostage with this constitution that we're not going to go to any further election. It's only when we do that that we can activate what they can do for us. Johnny, please, you can take it from there.
Oh, thank you so very much. Thank you, Dr. Baseki. Thank you, Tony Nadi. Thank you, everyone, and Ginger Media. My recommendation to everyone is get involved with, if you're from the Southeast and South-South, get involved with the Lower Niger Congress. They are the NINAS affiliate from that zone, from that block. If you are from the Middle Belt, get with the Middle Belt Forum. If you're from Yoruba, the Yoruba space, get with Ilana Omo Odua. There's work for you to do. Everyone, there is work for you to do. Your best, the best recommendation is for you to connect with those who are already connected. I can send you to website, I can send you to ninasffn.org, but most of all, get involved with your local, with the block that where you reside, where you are from. That is where you can, for the people that are already involved, so they can get you involved in the work. You can also go to ninasffn.org and sign the petition or request for referendum at ninasffn.org. And the most important thing is get involved. Don't sit back and watch. Get involved. Thank you, everyone. Back to you, Mazi. It's okay.
Thank you very much, Johnny. That's a very fantastic place to live it. It has been my pleasure to be your host in the last 2 hours. Again, one thing we must all have to know is, obviously, something is amiss with this marriage. And this marriage, what NINAS and what my good brother there, the doctor himself, Dr. Dom Pedro Obaseki and Tony Nadi, what has been said, if I may attempt to summarize this virtual lecture, it's very simple. The union is not working. The union is disputed. On that note, I will say thank you very much for being part of our conversation and this press conference today. We will see more of us. For many of you watching me, if you haven't done so, head to Facebook, head to YouTube, just Google Ginger Media TV, follow us, subscribe to our platform, and other social media platforms so that we can always have you, you
Mommy, very sorry. I just realized that my voice is not picked up. Emma Bino, I've just noticed that, for those of you that were watching us, Emma Bino, I was actually, the mic was already mute, but I didn't realize that, no, turn it on. Now that we're back, I say thank you very much. It's good to have the screen on. I can now see that people were saying volume, please. Anyway, we are back here. I now have somebody tó máa ṣàlàyé fún wa in tí wọ́n ti ń bá bọ̀ látẹ̀kàn ní press statement tí a gbọ́. Ká má fi ọ̀rọ̀ gbára wa ṣeré púpọ̀ torí àsìkò sí. Ẹ bá wa tètè máa gbóhùn sókè bàbá wa George Akínọlá. Ta ni George Akínọlá? Ta ni yín gan? Torí pé àwọn tó ń gbọ́ wa.
Okay, George Akínọlá lórúkọ mi Ọpẹ́olúwa George Akínọlá, Secretary General Ìlànà Oòduà.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Now we have the General Secretary of Ìlànà Oòduà with us. We've watched all the press statements. Kí lẹ lè ṣàlàyé fún wa gan nǹkan tí ẹ mú jáde nínú statement tí ẹ release lénìí after 120 days. Fún àǹfààní àwọn èèyàn wa tó ń gbọ́ wa, mo mọ̀ pé oríṣiríṣi mídíà ló máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí fàyín. But nígbà táwa ti rí yín mú báyìí, ẹ ṣàlàyé fáwọn tó ń gbọ́ wa kí la lè mú jáde gangan nínú ẹ̀.
Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kò sí nǹkan tuntun tá a ṣe ń sọ látijọ́ yìí. Bí yàtọ̀ sí ọ̀dà tí ó ṣọ̀kù láti December 16 láti ṣe the first declaration wa. So gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ sí ni pé ó ti tó gẹ́ ẹni tó bá fẹ́ràn Nàìjíríà tó fẹ́ràn àwọn èèyàn tó wà níbẹ̀ kò gbọ́dọ̀ sí ẹnì kankan ní wa tó máa gbèrò láti support àwọn politicians tó ń fẹ́ lọ tún ṣe sí election ní 2023. Election yẹn wọ́n máa fi reinforce slavery wa ní oko ẹrú tá a wà. Wọ́n fẹ́ fi election yẹn tún lọ fi sọ pé òkè o wọ́n tó ti mú yín mọ́lẹ̀. Pé kò gbọ́ election yìí ò gbọ́dọ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ torí pé àwa la nílùú àwa la nílẹ̀ àwa la ní sovereignty wa kò ń ṣe ẹyọ kọ́kọ́ òde wa látọ̀ orí wa kó a máa kó wa lẹ́rù níbí báyìí ṣùgbọ́n a máa kó ara wa lẹ́rù tá a bá lọ sọ pé a fẹ́ lọ fún election yìí and a dẹ̀ ti fún wọn ní 90 days a ti fún wọn ní 120 days nísìnyí kó ní kálukú dilẹ̀ ẹ̀mú kó ní kálukú dilẹ̀ ẹ̀mú kó ní kálukú dẹ̀ ṣe ìpinnu pé kò gbọdọ̀ sí ìbò kankan gbọdọ̀ dìbò kankan lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ẹ̀dẹ̀ sọ àwọn lẹ́yìn àwọn politicians ní tí ìbàdàn fẹ́ gbọ́rọ̀ tó ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa ṣe é pé ẹ máa ṣe wọ́n bójú ṣe ń ṣọṣẹ́ àbí bọ́ṣẹ́ ṣe ń ṣojú.
Nígbà tí ẹ mọ́rọ̀ yẹn bọ̀ torí a fi jẹ́ kó yé àwọn èèyàn wa lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́ dáadáa àwọn ìyá wa àti bàbá wa àwọn àbúrò wa àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n wa nígbà tí 120 days ti pé nísìnyí ṣé a tún ní ọjọ́ ta tún máa fúnjọba náà ni àbí báwo kí ló máa ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́yìn nísìn kí ni ìgbésẹ̀ tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ nísìn nígbà tí 120 days ti pé kí ni ìgbésẹ̀ tá máa expect nísìn kí ni ìgbésẹ̀.
Láti ìgbà tí adékọ́kọ́ ṣe jẹ́ alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ yìí tá a fi fún wa ní 120 days yẹn ẹni tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ làwọn gan bẹ̀rẹ̀ láyé káàkiri tá à ń ṣe kíkankíkan tí gbogbo ìlú ní títítítítítí ẹni gbogbo nǹkan tó yẹ káwọn èèyàn tó kù náà máa ṣe làwa ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe ń gbà yìí nísìnyí a tún wá gbóná sí mi a tún wá gbóná sí tó yẹ pé ara ò ní rọ àwọn òṣèlú yìí àwọn òjèlú tó jẹ́ pé wọn ò fẹ́ ká rọ́nà lọ tó jẹ́ pé election ló ṣàǹparí tó bá rẹ tó wà tó support wọn ò ní ṣe tó bá dẹ̀ rí pé ilẹ̀ wọn kọ lẹ́yìn lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn fún wọn ò ní jáde so gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣẹlẹ̀ sí nìyẹn káàkiri gbogbo àwọn other geopolitical zones ẹ rí pé àwọn middle belt ẹgbọ́n kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí táwọn yẹn lọ dìbò bá àwọn tó pa wọ́n some days before that time so irú ẹ̀dẹ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ Ìgbò ó ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ wa gbé rẹpẹtẹ ẹni gbẹ èèyàn kankan tó bá sọ pé òun fẹ́ wá pa lẹ́rù àbó fẹ́ wá máa pa àwọn èèyàn wa ó máa kan ìdínú yọ kò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ so títí dìgbà yẹn tó bá ti pé kò ṣeé ṣe mọ́ oníkàlùkù àádókù àpínyà lẹ́rọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n náà lẹ́rọ̀ àníṣe lẹ́rọ̀ ilé yẹn ló máa jẹun long and short of it yẹn gbogbo ẹ̀ yẹn kò jù bẹ́ẹ̀.
Could you bet? Thank you very much, Rahim Ibrahim, for telling us the Facebook is off. I guess our Facebook should be back on. I'm not sure what happened, why it was off, but I've been able to bring it back on. Hopefully, it will be back on. So, Eshegon Babawa, George Akinola, the Secretary General of Ilana Modua. A lot of our èèyàn wa nísìn tó wà ní ẹ̀yìn odi àwọn diaspora tó jẹ́ ọmọ káàárọ̀ òjíire, ìgbésẹ̀ wo ni ẹ expect látọ̀dọ̀ tiwa nísìn? Kí ni àwọn nǹkan tí àwa láti máa ṣe ní púpọ̀ jù báyìí?
Inú mi dùn gidigidi fún ìbéèrè yẹn. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn wa ní diaspora wọ́n ti gbìyànjú lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀? Gbogbo rallies tó ń ṣe yẹn, ẹ má jẹ́ káwọn government of the United Kingdom, ẹ má jẹ́ kó sinmi. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí Queen fúnra ẹ̀ sinmi. Àwọn tó wà ní US, ẹ má kúrò ní Washington. Kẹ́ ẹ demonstrate wọ New York, Texas, everywhere àti bá dé demonstrate. Àwọn tó wà Canada bákan náà. Gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wa tó wà káàkiri Australia, New Zealand, China, India, Arabia, the whole of Africa, ẹ dìde. Ó yẹ kó gbogbo àgbáyé ò rí sinmi mọ́ tí a bá gba ìnira wa. Àkójọpọ̀ gbogbo àgbáyé tó ń bọ̀ ní United Nations General Assembly tó ń bọ̀ ní September 24 náà. Gbogbo a gbọ́dọ̀ máa gbáradì fún pé Yorùbá gbọ́dọ̀ ní presence bẹ́ẹ̀. Tẹ́ pé tó bá máa ṣe pé kí nìyẹn wọn ò ní lè sùn, wọn ò ní lè wo torí ọ̀rọ̀ wa ló máa dominate ẹgbẹ́ nínú street lórí tébùlù nínú àjẹ́dá àwọn gbogbo ẹ̀ bó ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ rí nìyẹn. Ìyẹn ni agitation yẹn. Agitation yẹn ṣe mọ̀ pé àwọn àbíbá yẹn sí àti ṣe díẹ̀ nù ẹ̀. Gbogbo ilé ìta kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ká kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fáwọn èèyàn káàkiri kí ọ̀rọ̀ rally tó tẹ̀lé, kọ́rọ̀ agitation tó tẹ̀lé, kọ́rọ̀ declaration tó tẹ̀lé, gbogbo ẹ̀ láti ṣe ń bí adẹ̀tí fi ìfún yín ni pé títà ń lọ. Ẹ̀yin náà ti gbà lọ́hùn. So ẹ wá máa gbà ń síbẹ̀ ṣe gbà lọ́wọ́ wa yẹn. Ẹ wá máa accentuate ẹ gbé sókè ní rẹpẹtẹ ju gbogbo ilé tẹ̀ ṣe tẹ̀tẹ̀lẹ̀. Ọ̀nà tẹ́ bá fi lè ran àwọn tó wà ń dé lọ́wọ́, àwọn èèyàn wa tó ń káàkiri títì tó ń ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àti ìtanijí káàkiri gbogbo yẹn náà ẹ má jẹ́wọ́ ẹ̀ bó ṣe rí nìyẹn.
Àmọ̀ràn wo ni ẹ fẹ́ fún àwọn tó ń gbọ́ wa? Àmọ̀ràn wo lẹ máa fún wa kó tó di pé màá jẹ́ kẹ́ máa lọ?
Òun náà la fi sọ yẹn. Tẹ́ bá ń ṣe iṣẹ́ tẹ́ bá ń ṣe méjì sí ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe mẹ́rin. Tẹ́ bá ń ṣe mẹ́rin sí ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe mẹ́jọ. Nǹkan kíkan tẹ́ bá ń ṣe ẹrẹ́ ẹ̀bẹ̀ hàn ẹ fi kún ní ìlọ́po ẹ fi kún. And again, tó yẹ pé àwọn èèyàn wa tẹ́rù bá tẹ̀tẹ̀lẹ̀ tó sọ pé àbúyá kìíní kan ẹ má gbàgbé pé ikú ọ̀run máa wó ikú èèyàn lọ́kàn. So ikú gbogbo wa yìí dábàá yẹn bá dákẹ́ta kan dákẹ́tẹ̀ àwọn kan máa ṣe kò sẹ́ni tó máa ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn fún àwọn náà la máa ṣe. Kò sí ẹni tó máa ja ìjọba fún àwọn náà la máa jà kò sẹ́ni kankan ló wa tí ò lè jà. Ìjà náà oríṣiríṣi. Ẹlòmíì lè máa fi ẹnu jà ìjà náà ni. Ẹlòmíì lè máa kọ̀wé kó máa fi jà ìjà náà ni. Ẹlòmíì lè máa fẹ́ gbẹ́jọ kó máa fáwọn èèyàn jọ tẹ́gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ máa yé ìjà náà nìyẹn náà. Ẹlòmíì jẹ̀ ló lè fi owó àpò ẹ̀jà pé òun fi ilé ìránṣẹ́ báyìí lọ́wọ́ ọ̀gbìn ilé ìránṣẹ́ báyìí lọ́wọ́ ìjà náà nìyẹn. Ẹlòmíì jẹ̀ ni ó ní gboyà ó lè jáde láti wá jà ara ìjà náà nìyẹn. So kò sí èèyàn kankan àfẹ́ tí ò bá ní conscience nínú wa ló máa gbẹ̀yìn kò sí èèyàn kankan tó gbọ́dọ̀ gbẹ̀yìn kó máa sọ pé àwọn olùdókòwò owó tó bá lówó wà lẹ́nu náà òun ò lè sọ̀rọ̀ tó bá lè sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀ṣàdídì ò lè jà òun ò lè jà òun ò ṣe kíní kan wo ló ń ṣe bó jẹ́ kó máa gbomi kó máa fi wẹ ojú ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń jà yẹn wá ṣàṣìkọ́ bẹ̀. So ìmọ̀ràn mi fún gbogbo wa nìyẹn o ṣèjà yẹn kọ́ ìjà gbogbo wa ni o.
Ìjà gbogbo wa ni. Tó ẹ ṣe gan bàbá wa George Akinola, I'm sure pé àtúrí pè dáadáa. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tẹ́ bá ní statement yẹn tẹ́ bá lè bá mi send ẹ̀ so that a lè tuntun kà fún àwọn èèyàn wa nígbà tí a bá ń bá ètò lọ níbí bá. Ẹ ṣé gan ni o, mo really appreciate. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Thank you very much. All right. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Let's go straight. I guess we got a call coming from somewhere. either okay, I'm not sure what has happened on the Facebook. I'm not sure whether we are still live or not. It's a bit confusing. I can see myself, but I'm not sure whether we should just bring it down and start it afresh again. Maybe I should do that. And that way, we can just discuss everything about the NINAS. That's what I want us to discuss now. So I've ended that video on Facebook, and then we will start it all over again. Once again, a very good afternoon and welcome to those of you watching us from different platforms. I guess we got a caller. Hello? Hello, caller.
Hello.
Ẹ káàsán.
Yes, hello.
Ẹ káàsán.
Báwo ni?
Adúpẹ́ o.
Ṣé àlàáfíà ni?
Adúpẹ́.
Ta ni mo bá sọ̀rọ̀?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ pè mí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, ṣé Kóìkì ni?
Náà tún dalẹ̀ ń bá sọ̀rọ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ pè nọ́mbà mi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Ẹ mute ti background yín. Ẹ mute ti background yín.
Okay, mute. Yeah. Okay. Hello?
À ń gbọ́ yín sọ̀rọ̀.
Okay. Ìbéèrè tí mo kàn fẹ́ béèrè ni pé ṣé Yorùbá máa kúrò ni àbí wọ́n máa dúró?
Ṣé Yorùbá máa kúrò àbọ̀ máa dúró? Ṣé nínú Nàìjíríà? A fẹ́ kúrò ní àdúró. Ìgbìyànjú tá à ń ṣe nípa fẹ́ kúrò ní.
Okay, ìgbà wo ni referendum?
Well, referendum tí UN ló máa fún wa ní referendum ọ̀rẹ́ tí fún wa ní date fún referendum.
A tó gbà wo?
I mean,
next year or this year?
I can't confirm that. It depends on what the UN will decide. UN only decide the by based on Tobati present the necessary documentation at the UN which is part of what in Bible last year from my understanding. So I'm allowed to UN fún wa ní referendum. So, or what about the referendum? Then what will be the next thing? Which is, I'm sure, the question a lot of people would also like to know.
Okay. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín fún iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ṣe on the 5th of June ni mo tó fún realize nǹkan tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bẹ̀yẹn bí mi ò mọ̀ para gbogbo tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ àti Australia ni
mo ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àti 5th of June ẹ̀yin ṣẹ́ mọ̀ gbogbo tó ń lọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni,
kábíyèsí Ọlọ́run.
àwọn surprise nígbà tí mo rí. Ìgbàgede ìmọ̀ mo kọ́kọ́ rí.
Kò tí late náà kò tí late ní síta tí mo báyìí nísìn so I'm sure pé there will be a lot of yàmọ̀ gbọ́ yín.
Àwọn wo ló wà ní Australia bí tó jẹ́ bóyá representative for Yoruba?
I will have to find out that. Mo mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn máa ń pè wá láti Australia, but whether we have organization representing Ìlànà àbí Yoruba One Voice àbí Global and all that, I will have to check and find out. I'm not sure, but I have a lot of callers from Australia. I know to mind out that's Australia.
Okay.
But I find out. Taba to find out in Taba Babo. They have to send the WhatsApp to me later. Ali just saw.
Okay.
All right. Thanks very much. Akí bàbá wa tó pè wá tán àsìkò ẹ má bínú ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí Facebook mo mọ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ tí line yẹn tó tí kíní yẹn tó wálẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ti ń pè ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá máa mute ti background ẹ dẹ̀ máa tètè bá wa sọ bó tẹ́ bá fẹ́ sọ tó ló bá ti di 3 minutes àmọ́ láti jẹ́ kí ẹlòmíì pè wọlé ẹ ti wọlé o màmá wa.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sá o ẹ kú ìjọ.
Ẹ káàsán o. Ọ̀sán làwọn ń bí o.
Nǹkan tí mo kàn ní nítorí mo bá ní gbogbo program yẹn délẹ̀ ní conference. Number one, ṣe lè fẹ́ nǹkan máa wá tó máa disguise láti máa fi ọgbọ́n béèrè information lọ́wọ́ wa. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wà sensible. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wà very very sensible because àwọn táwọn yìí náà wà láàrin wa. Wọ́n máa fẹ́ lọ gbọ́ nǹkan tá a fẹ́ ṣe. Wọ́n máa lọ tú ìṣẹ̀. First nìyẹn. Secondly, ẹ jọ sọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run àwọn youth wa gbogbo pátá tá a bá ní youth sí Nàìjíríà láti máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ ńsìn ká máa bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ seriously because wọ́n ti ń pín owó kiri owó tó máa fi ra future wọn ti ń pín kiri ká máa bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ kọ́ má discourage wọn kọ́ má torí owó tó fẹ́ gbà kó fi discourage wọn future wọn torí owó tó bá gbà lẹ́nu within few hours wọ́n máa nà tán wọ́n máa blow ẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀ táwa gbé dání kì í ṣe pé a fẹ́ fún wọn ní ẹja a fẹ́ kọ́ wọn bó ṣe ń pa ẹja ni ẹ̀yin náà ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kúrò Nàìjíríà ni every situation Nàìjíríà bó ṣe rí every time wọ́n máa lọ sórí rédíò máa lọ tọrọ owó wọ́n ti sọ everybody di beggar tó bá jẹ́ pé ìlú wa dá ta ló fẹ́ máa lọ tọrọ owó fún ìwòsàn nǹkan tá à ń tọ́ láti sọ fún àwọn tó wà lẹ́yìn yẹn yìí pé a fẹ́ gba ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ká tún ṣe kó dàbí bíbá yìí so that everybody á níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ kì í ṣe pé wọ́n máa lọ sùn sórí òkè nígbà tó bá yẹ ká lọ ṣiṣẹ́ kò ní sí yẹn níbẹ̀ so ẹ jẹ́ ká máa tẹ̀ mọ́ àwọn youth wa létí pé nǹkan tá a fẹ́ fún wọn nìyẹn kò ní sí pé wọ́n máa graduate wọ́n máa ṣe youth corps wọ́n máa serve ìjọba for 1 year wọ́n wá jókòó sílé for 8 years ọmọ 30 years kò ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ Nàìjíríà dípò máa contribute sí society dípò máa tiẹ̀ máa rì ẹni tí ò tí ì níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ sóhun ló fẹ́ máa rì ẹni tí ò tí ì ní life ara ẹ̀ sóhun ló fẹ́ ẹwà arú àwọn ọmọ tàbí sí UK ń sìn at age of 16 náà ti ń bọ́ síta lọ wáṣẹ́ àdè kì í tẹ̀lé wọn lọ nǹkan tá a fẹ́ fún wọn ní Nàìjíríà àwọn àti tá a fẹ́ fún àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nìyẹn so ẹ jẹ́ ká máa fi yé wọn so gbogbo ẹni tó bá gbówó wá fún wọn torí mo mọ̀ pé wọ́n ti ń gbówó lọ káàkiri owó ra pàtà ẹ má gba owó lọ́wọ́ wọn so ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tẹ bá ti ń sọ ètò yìí ẹ máa bá wa lament lórí yẹn fún àwọn youth wa àwọn youth tó dẹ̀ wọ̀ ground náà káwọn náà kàn lo sẹ́ǹsì wọn kọ́ má jẹ́ kán ra ọjọ́ ọ̀la wọn then nǹkan tí mo wá tún fẹ́ sọ nísìnyí àwọn kókó èkì ni pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run awareness tá à ń ṣe táwọn ọmọ wa ń ṣe kí ni nǹkan tá a lè ṣe tó jẹ́ pé wọn kò ní máa kó wọn máa tì wọ́n mọ́lé tó wọ́n ti ń fi ìbẹ̀rù sí wọn lọ́kàn so kí ni nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ẹ jẹ́ ká debate lórí ẹ̀ God bless you. Carry on, darling.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tún padà sí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá fi dá sétò +447594 ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ +447594050979 ẹ káàsán ọgbọ́n yín o.
Ẹjọ́ ṣá ní àwọn tó máa organize fáwọn tó máa ṣe rally jáde bíi pé bàbá wa Sunday Igboho ṣe ṣe tó yẹ pé ẹni tí tó jẹ́ pé kò owó ó gbogbo ṣe máa gba àwọn ènìyàn sílẹ̀ ẹ̀dùn ọkàn àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀ tó ń fìyà jẹ òun ló ń wò tó máa organize ẹgbẹ́ Yorùbá tẹ́ bá organize wọn ò ní dìde wọn ní ìdí tó máa jẹ́ leader a máa support wọn kò wò torí wọn máa ra bí nǹkan kéékèèké láti jẹ wọn máa wà ń bẹ̀ gbọ́ èèyàn tí ò ní gbowó sáyà pé nǹkan tí a ní ìdí tó máa solve problem yẹn gangan ló wà láàyè a ní ìdí tó máa coordinate bẹ́ẹ̀ tó máa darí wọn ẹjọ́ lórí Ọlọ́run.
Okay, all right. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Now that 120 days have finally come and gone, 120 days tí gbogbo wa ń dúró dè. I'm trying to see if I can get the statement tí wọ́n release, but I'm still trying to look for it. I've asked them to send it to me. But wọ́n dà ń pé wọ́n náà wà lórí ẹ bá mute background ẹjọ́ ẹni tó bá ti ń pè wá.
Hello.
I'm going, sir.
The Lord bless you.
Amen.
This is Pastor Joel from you.
Ẹ káàbọ̀, sir.
God bless you.
Amen.
I watched your program yesterday.
Thank you very much, sir.
It was very, very powerful. My advice to you is that, you know that, as I said to you the other time, where you are getting to, I don't think anybody, them not use that word. For Muribe or who alone as I said it the other time. Keep it up. Keep it up because we then dig into. I want to my mobile way. Don't even think people will even appreciate you. But keep the work going. I appreciate your courage. That's number one. Number two, I was surprised. And it took me like Australia missing. When you talk about it, because of course, only half the hour. That fẹ́ lọ ni àbí a fẹ́ dúró. Èmi gan ní ha. Another one ni pé mo ṣe ẹ̀gbọ́n mi. Which means irú àwọn báyẹn náà kan súnmọ́ àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tó wà lọ́run. Irú àwọn tó máa ń I'm very sorry many people tá wà ní diaspora. A kì í bára wa ṣe wọ́n á ní àwọn olè bá Yorùbá ṣe. That is why I thank you God will use if that is the truth pé kò gbọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, a ti cut out.
Then so the only thing tẹ́mi kàn mọ̀ ni wípé òṣèlú tó dàbí rẹ̀ ni and I will continue to say it anytime I call. Anybody tó bá wù kó ṣe ìtọ́lọ́run bá ti ṣe, the Bible says pé what God has done, it is settled in heaven. So Ọlọ́run ti ṣe náà. I don't have any doubt with all revelation, with all what is going on. Mi ò ní doubt Ọlọ́run ò ṣe. But advice mo kàn máa fáwọn tó ṣì ní doubt mi wípé question tó máa wá sọ́kàn mi ni pé tá a bá tẹ̀ wá gbà tán kó náà fẹ́ yà sí. Àwọn tó ń sọ̀sọ́kúsọ gbogbo náà fẹ́ yà sí. Ọba tí ò dá sí níbo ló fẹ́ yà sí. Gómìnà tí ò dá. Because ó máa jẹlẹ̀. Kò sẹ́ni tó lè dá dúró mọ́. It is done already. So let's keep on encouraging ourselves. Àwọn ọmọ wa ká máa sọ fún wọn. Àwọn èèyàn wa ká máa sọ fún wọn. Ká máa send messages sí wọn. Because ohun tí kò fẹ́ ṣe tọ́lọ́run fẹ́ kẹ́ ṣe kẹ́ ẹ̀ tó ẹgbẹ́ yẹn ló ti ṣe. Awareness yẹn ti wà. Ẹni tó bá ní kò sí awareness ìṣe ìdúkà kákan continue ni. So Ọlọ́run máa parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Ọlọ́run tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ohun rere Ọlọ́run máa parí ẹ̀ tó sọ nìyẹn. Keep it up. I really appreciate your effort and the grace of God will be sufficient for you. Thank you very much.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá wa. Mo like spirit àwọn dádì wa tó pè tán tó bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká padà wá sí UK. Ẹ̀yin ní ẹ lètò NINAS 120 days ti pé. Mo ti rí statement yẹn, mo ń prepare lọ́wọ́ ni. As soon as ti bá ti prepare tán, màá gbé wá sórí screen. A lè tún kà, a lè jọ gbọ́ra wa yé. Ibo là ń lọ, ibo la dé. Ẹ bá wa dá sí o láti UK.
Hello.
À ń gbọ́ yín o.
Ẹ máa káàkiri. Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun. Orúkọ tèmi ni Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Yakub Kọ́láwọlé.
Àgbọ̀yìn sà.
Ọlọ́run á fún wa ṣe lágbó Ọlọ́run ilẹ̀ lérí rẹ̀ Ọlọ́run á fún wa débẹ̀ pẹ̀lú òkú. Àníkú sọ́nà Jésù. Ẹ jọ àwọn tí ọwọ́ Nàìjíríà lè mi fẹ́ sọ lé lórí nípa àwọn bíi rálì ẹnìkan ti sọ̀rọ̀ nípa rálì woman tó pè é tó sọ pé organisation rálì. Ṣé àárí èèyàn kankan orí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ lèmi náà fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ níbi ṣé àlè rí èèyàn kankan tó lè máa tún máa jí àwọn èèyàn up bí bàbá wa Sunday Igboho ṣe ń jí àwọn èèyàn up tí gbogbo èèyàn ń dìde tó fi ń mọ̀ lórí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ní òun mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ but true nǹkan tí bàbá wa Igboho ṣe làwọn èèyàn fi mọ̀ everybody bẹ́ẹ̀ sì fi mọ̀ àwọn tó ń pẹ̀gàn but àwọn èèyàn tó ń wò pé bó ṣe yẹ kó rí ni àwọn òbí bẹ́ẹ̀ but bí ìyẹn ṣe wá die down yẹn ní jẹ́ mẹ́ta yìí ó fa kí àwọn èèyàn máa wò pé ṣé tán kò sí nǹkan tán lè ṣe mọ́ kò sí nǹkan ó ti tán ó ti ṣe kinní kan àdẹnu lè mú ìrẹ̀wẹ̀sì bá àwọn èèyàn lórí nǹkan ẹ̀ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí woman ẹ̀ ṣe sọ bí ìrànlọ́wọ́ àti àwọn nǹkan wo ni ó lè wà tẹ́lùmí lè dìde tó tẹ̀ ní wojú ọlọ́pàá àgbè tó máa wo tó ní wọ̀ tó rùn náà máa fi kí tó máa jàjà ẹ bí bàbá wa ṣe ń jà tó sì máa ṣiṣẹ́ ẹ̀ lọ lábẹ́lẹ̀ everything sì máa wà òkè tó yẹ pé tó bá kó àwọn èèyàn jọ àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ pé èèyàn wà ń bẹ̀ lẹ́jọ́ àwọn nǹkan yẹn ni mo tí ò ní fa débi pé tí referendum kan bá wá sí Nàìjíríà láti lè ṣe àwọn nǹkan tó yẹ kán ṣe kò ní jẹ́ pé àwọn kan máa sọ pé kí náà sọ kí ni Oòduà kí ni mí ní Oòduà kí ni mí ní kíní kan so kàn jọ.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. +4475 94050 120 days. Constitutional Force Majeure. NINAS World Press Conference, 17th of August 2021. +4475 94050 What did you get out of it? What was your expectation? Ibo là ń lọ, níbo la dé? Òun làwọn ìbéèrè tájọ́ ń bira wa. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Hello.
À ń gbọ́ yín o.
Hello, Brazil.
Yeah.
Ẹ jọ, àwọn ṣe mi pé àwọn Fúlàní wọ́n ti wà ní gbogbo àrántí. Kí ni àwọn òní anything láti jà? Bó yẹ kí èèyàn kan wà kán máa train àwọn ẹni yìí pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe lè defend ara yín. Without no holding gun. Tó bá wá bá yín lóru, bójú ọlọ́pàá ló wá bá yín tó kànlẹ̀kùn ilé ọlọ́pàá tó kànlẹ̀kùn ó ti mọ̀ pé anything ní ilé wa. So báwo èèyàn yẹ kó máa train wọn ẹ wo àwọn Israel almost 16 years wọ́n train wọn for ìgbà yẹn wọ́n dà kó di dandan ó di fún ìgbà wáyé lọ́yọ̀ tó train yẹn ó yẹ kó máa train wọn ní gbogbo àgbo báyìí ṣe lè defend ara yín tó bá wá lóru tó bá ṣe gbá gbogbo yẹn yẹ kó máa train wọn by now kó káwọn ọmọ jọ gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ọ̀tá eré náà kí àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan lọ máa bá wọn kọ́ lọ máa rẹ̀ láìsí wọn wípé báyìí ó yẹ yín gbogbo nǹkan tá a níbi ojú ẹni yẹn wọn náà dẹ̀ fún un ṣe lágbára ọlọ́wọ́ náà kọ́ Yorùbá jẹ ẹjọ́ ẹjọ́.
ẹ ṣé gan ni lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí NINAS press conference 120 days have come today. That is the conversation. The press statement, I've seen that statement, the press release rather, and I'll be reading it out in just about a few minutes. I'm just preparing the final bit of it. And then we will go through it again together. Fáyìn tí ẹ bá láǹfààní àti gbọ́ nígbà tí wọ́n ń bá lọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ gbọ́ náà, what was your expectation? Was that press release up to our expectation? Kí la tẹ̀ rò pé ó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ gan nísìn after tí 120 days ti pé ibo là ń lọ ibo la dé? Hello caller. Hello. +4475 940500979. The Biafra want freedom. The Yoruba people want freedom. The Middle Belt want freedom. Everybody wants freedom. I'm sure the Arewa would also love freedom. It's 1:34 p.m. 17th of August 2021. Nigeria, we are saying that constitution must be brought down. And that constitution has finally get to that 120 days. Did we get what we wanted out of that press release? Let's go into it now. I think I have it ready on KOIKIMEDIA. Let's have a look at it together. You can also have a look on KOIKIMEDIA. But while we're getting that ready, we have a caller coming up. Hello, caller. Eba gbóhùn sókè ohun yẹn lọ́lẹ̀ díẹ̀ àgbọ̀nyàn. Ẹ káàsán. Àmọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Àwọn èèyàn ńlá sì ṣe they need to start waking up now because ṣe rí táìmù ló máa jẹ́ motivation láì máa àwọn nígbà àtàwọn ẹni kìsà pàtà nígbà ìwà àwọn náà sponsor tó pa àwọn Nàìjíríà. Táìmù ló máa jẹ́ motivation fún wọn láti rò pé nǹkan ló lè máa wà Taliban ẹ̀ tán fi lè wó èyí ní Afghanistan wáyé pé àwọn náà lè ṣe. So gbogbo àwọn Nàìjíríà tó ń tẹ̀lé politician yẹn tó bá wù wọ́n kọ́ máa tẹ̀lé politician tó bá ti máa ṣẹlẹ̀ náà Nàìjíríà gbogbo àwọn politician yẹn máa sá lọ. Gbogbo wọn ló ní pálí yankí lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ti wà ẹ̀ gbogbo wọn ló ní pálí yankí lọ́wọ́. So nǹkan tí mo kọ̀ rẹ̀ sọ àwọn ọmọ àwọn Yorùbá tó bá wù wọ́n kọ́ máa tẹ̀lé àwọn politician o. Àwọn Fúlàní máa fi wọ́n ṣe irú wá ti wù wọ́n kọ́ máa gbogbo ọba ẹ̀ kọ́ máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí jára wọn. Wọ́n máa pe Biden òní dáhùn. Ẹ ṣé.
I'm going to read that press release again from the chairman of NINAS, which is also Professor Banji Akintoye. Let's go through it together quickly. Constitutional Force Majeure, NINAS World Press Conference, 17th of August 2021. Nigerian Union emanating from graver constitutional grievances. A milestone report on the implementation of the December 16, 2020 Constitutional Force Majeure and direction for the future, being the text of the statement at the World Press Conference, August 17, 2021, by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, at the expiration of the 120-day period of consultations, commencing from April 17, 2021. The theme of this milestone report is Taking Back Our Sovereignty, a declaration of victory over the fraud of 1999. Protocols. Gentlemen of the press, as we come to the close of the 120-day period of consultations, which commenced on 17th day of April 2021, in the measure implementation of the constitutional force majeure, we invite you here today to update our people and the global community on the tremendous progress that has been made in the giving effect to the will of the peoples of Nigeria, which has for so long been suppressed by the forces of oppression and retrogression. Recall that the following the December 16, 2020 constitutional force majeure proclamation, a sovereignty dispute was declared by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, on grounds of grave constitutional grievances, and a 5-point demand was made on the federal government of Nigeria with a 90-day period of notice for the commencement of the irreversible steps towards the remediation of the said grievances. Full text of the proclamation was published as an advertorial in the January 20, 2021 edition of the Guardian newspaper, page 38, 39, 40, and 41. For ease of reference, let us recall that the 5 points of demand in the December 16, 2020 proclamation are Emamu pen and paper, Danny, because these are the points of that, proclamation. Number one, a formal announcement by the federal government of Nigeria acknowledging the constitution, grievances, and sovereignty dispute now declared by the peoples of South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. A formal commitment by the federal government of Nigeria to wholesale decommission, jettison of the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria, as was done by the government of apartheid era South Africa in 1990. To commence the process by which the apartheid constitution of the then South Africa was eased out. A formal announcement by the federal government of Nigeria suspending further general elections under the disputed 1999 constitution, since winners of such elections were sworn to and governed by that constitution. A formal invitation to the peoples of the South and the Middle Belt of Nigeria, which shall work out and in place a transitional authority and which shall specify the modality for transition process, including the composition and the mandate of the transitional authority, as well as the time frame for the transitional and the ancillary matters. A formal initiation of a time-bound transition process to midwife the emergency of fresh constitution protocol by a two-stage process in which the constituent regional blocks will at the first stage distill, rectify their various constitutions by referendum and plebiscite, and in the second stage negotiate the term of federating afresh as may be dictated by the outcomes of referendum and plebiscite. Recall also that the expiration of the 90-day period, NINAS addressed the World Press Conference in Ibadan, which I attended as well, on the 17th of March 2021, at which it announced a 30-day period of consultations with governors and other elected officials of the NINAS Alliance territory, which expired April 16, 2021. Recall that on the 17th day of April 2021, NINAS announced the commencement of another period of 120 days of consultations with the peoples of Nigeria, as well as the critical stakeholder segment of the international community, which period came to a close August 16, 2021. We are glad to report to you, our people, and the international community today, August 17, 2021, the spectacular success of the joint multi-regional constitutional force majeure in its main objective of defeating and peacefully easing out the imposed toxic and fraudulent 1999 constitution upon which the distressed Federation of Nigeria is presently constructed. This victory over the fraud of 1999 is the first major step towards the recovery, the reinstatement of the sovereignty and the constituent component of the defunct Federation of Nigeria trapped in the unitary union of debt. Nigeria has become, for all under that defeated 1999 unitary constitution. In order to understand the victory we have just declared over the toxic 1999 constitution, and for the benefit of those who may not follow development in Nigeria politics since the December 16, 2020 activation of the constitutional force majeure, it is significant to note that in the 90-day period of notice to the federal government of Nigeria, the attempt to resort to the backdoor route of constitutional amendment as response to sovereignty dispute raised by NINAS was rejected countrywide as NINAS and other major stakeholders, including some governors, insisted that the 1999 constitution was a total fraud that could not be cured by amendment, and more importantly, that the legislative mandate of the National Assembly is lawmaking and does not extend to constitution making. That bold attempt is by itself an acknowledgement of the incurable foundational flaw of the 1999 constitution. In 30-day period of the consultations for governors and other elected officials in the Alliance territory, the governors of the southern state of Nigeria, in an unprecedented move, met in Asaba to declare that open grazing will be banned in all the state of southern Nigeria. This decision effectively brought the governors to the side of the propositions of NINAS constitutional force majeure, as that decision in Asaba declaration cannot be effectively carried out without the decommission of the 1999 constitution. It is federal exclusive legislative list which currently prohibit the state from issuing firearms to enforce such a ban. In the 120-day period of the consultations with the people of Nigeria and the international community, the indigenous nationalities of Nigeria from all parts of the South and the Middle Belt, in embrace of NINA's grand propositions, marched out to the street in their homeland in the capital cities of the world, including Washington, D.C., New York, and London, to loudly assert their right to self-determination and their rejection of the unitary union of debt Nigeria has become for their people under the fraudulent 1999 constitution. In particular, the Yoruba took their self-determination campaign to the UN, leading to the rest of the NINAS alliance, to point that the CNN reported this growing push for exit from the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914 by the Yoruba, joining the long-standing exit campaign from the eastern flank framed by its proponent as Biafra agitation. On the international cycle, between April 28, 2021 and April 30, 2021, key global powers, including the United States, the European Union, and the United Kingdom, acted in concert to point Nigeria to the key prescriptions of December 16, 2020 constitutional force majeure, asking the rulers of Nigeria to put guns aside and initiate a dialogue of the peoples of Nigeria to distill a fresh legal instrument known as the Constitution. We will recall that United Nations, through its special rapporteur on Nigeria, had in September of 2019 declared the current constitutional arrangement of Nigeria as a pressure cooker for injustice, and that Nigeria, under the current 1999 constitution, is now a danger to global peace security, as Nigeria could snap and cause unprecedented global refugee crisis in which Nigerian 200 million citizens would be seeking escape from the death at a time in the global terror networks, including ISIS and Al-Qaeda, are already converging in Nigeria. Inside this 120-day period, a global caveat by NINAS on the reckless foreign loans by the current federal government of Nigeria saw China cancelling a loan of $1 billion on Nigeria for construction of gas pipeline, while the U.S. canceled an order for attack helicopters on Nigeria, and the U.S. Congress followed up with a ban of sale of weapons to Nigeria following requests for such a ban by NINAS amidst U.S. concern and about gross human rights abuse by the regime in Nigeria. It is significant to note that in what seems like a sudden realization and a dawning reality on the Caliphate North. The coalition of the northern groups, CNG, which had since 2017, Igbo quit notice from the north, gained notoriety from the belligerent, suddenly realigned its position to NINA's propositions and prescription regarding the Nigerian question as encapsulated by the NINAS proclamation of December 16, 2020, accepting that the Nigerian Union has collapsed, that we do not have a constitution at the moment since the imposed 1999 constitution has been repudiated and is being rejected countrywide, that the National Assembly cannot, by amendment, cure the fraud called the 1999 constitution and so must stop its present pretense that all is well with the Nigerian Union, that the National Assembly must halt the current constitutional amendment exercise and genuinely join the search for solution to the dying Nigerian Union, that a grand meeting of the constituent component nationality has become inevitable and that the constituent component of Nigeria must at such a meeting first agree to form a union before undertaking the task of setting the terms of the union. These sober and profound postulations were made in a recent BBC interview by the spokesman of the CNG, Abdul Aziz Sulaiman, which I'm sure some of us have seen that video. We'll come back to it later, but I'm sure we've all watched it. So let's just come back here first. Bearing the odorous of the ultra-conservative law, it could be said that the postulations of the CNG clearly indicate that a country-wide consensus regarding the variable options for dismantling and grand reconfiguration of a current unworkable unitary union of Nigeria has emerged. Happily, the comprehensive framework for undertaking the well-articulated prescriptions of the CNG in the aforementioned BBC interview are contained in the December 16, 2020 Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation. The defeat and the impending demise of the 1999 Constitution set the basis for the liberation of all who were trapped in the bondage called Nigeria. It is no longer a matter for debate that the 1999 Constitution is a fraud and a forgery that is directly responsible for practically all the mysteries tormenting Nigerians, including the Nigerian masses, mass poverty, gross insecurity, and the general hopelessness, now leading to the demise of the Nigerian Union itself. It does not matter, therefore, which political party or which individual wins power. The Constitution guarantees the evils we lament day in, day out. It is no longer a matter for debate that the peoples of Nigeria have repudiated and rejected the 1999 Constitution, and the main people clinging tenaciously to that Constitution are the caliphate element and their surrogates, who impose it and for whom the rogue document is a title deed by which they hold almost exclusively the vast piece of estate called Nigeria, while the only people clinging to the 1999 instrument of debt are the political merchants like your PDP, APC, AFGAD, and all those political 419, whose homogeneous benefit flow from the evil constitution, even as mass poverty, which makes Nigeria the capital poverty of the world and the third global terrorism index in the world, grim the rest of the populace that pretend to lead. It is no longer a matter for debate that elections, which is 419, either the APC, the PDP in the last 16 years, the APC of the last 6 years, were elections, as we see Tom printing in the last local government election in Nigeria. I'm just adding that to myself. A mechanism by which the life of the 1999 Constitution is renewed once every 4 years. Whether you vote for Dapo Abiodun, you vote for Sanwo-Olu, you vote for Seyi Makinde, you vote for Yaya Bello, who is also saying that Constitution cannot be reviewed. I'm going to show you that article on Punch. Whether it's Abdul Fattah in Kwara, whether it's Fayemi of Ekiti, whether it's the one in Osun State or the one in Ondo State, Aketi. All those elections are fraud, and they've never made any usefulness to anyone. We saw how ballots is being snatched, people are being killed, and it's all based on that, tormented by that constitution but for nevertheless accept to go another round of national elections, which they are planning in Nigeria of 2023. Under that constitution are the ones renewing and reinforcing their own domination, bondage, and enslavement. That is why you watching me right now in any part of Nigeria, or those of us outside Nigeria, have been entrapped because we have allowed them to renew that fraudulent 1999 constitution every 4 years. Whether when Obasanjo came in 1999, after his 8 years, we renew it for the next person, and we have renewed it, and we have renewed it. And that has made your life to become more in a poverty state. And those of you that even have money, you cannot go back home. Let's continue. It is now therefore a matter of choice whether we want to renew this fraudulent constitution and make our life the source of mystery once again in 2023, or we want to free ourselves by rejecting now, inside 2021, the invitation to join in the preparation for another round of national election 2023. This cycle of renewal must be broken, and if we must be free. So if anybody is telling you today that, hey, so what happened if we do not vote? It's not about what happened. You are literally going to vote to renew how more of these Yoruba politicians that will become more big player and make your life miserable. End that 1999 constitution and do not go for any election, because that is going to be what will make your life miserable. Let's continue. The key to breaking the cycle of renewal of the life of the 1999 constitution lies in knowing that only political party contest election. You look at all the local government in Lagos, it's all won by APC. It doesn't matter whether there's another contestant from PDP or the other political party. APC wins all the political party in the local government. If it's in Oyo State, PDP wins all the local government election. If it's in the other part of where there are another political party like Afghan, why? It's because they are all 419. So the key to breaking the cycle of renewal of the life of this 1999 constitution lies only that only political party contest elections, and all the political parties in Nigeria subscribe to the evil 1999 constitution. Tí kò jẹ́ kó róúnjẹ jẹ, kò jẹ́ kó ní education, kò jẹ́ kó ní security, kò fún ẹ láǹfààní kankan gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Nàìjíríà. Whichever party, it doesn't matter. It does not matter whether you are preparing a Yoruba person to become the next president. It will not help you. It does not matter how they might speak English. If they like, let them go and bring Osibajo. It does not make any difference. If they like, let them go and bring the president of the African Development Bank. It will not change anything, because the Fulani will not give them anything to talk about on that fraudulent 1999 constitution that was brought on us on a military decree by the 419 Gowon that stole half of the central bank, or Abdul Salam. I don't even know. They're all the same anyway. They're all 419, but it doesn't make any difference. Anyway, let's come back here. Whichever party wins an election, that election will be sworn to be upheld and defend on that 1999 constitution. Thank you very much, Tunji. It follows that political parties are solely responsible, and wọ́n gbọ́ngbọ́n ní egun tó wà lẹ́yìn ìyà tó ń jẹ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Nàìjíríà, for leading the rest of us to the self-damnation of renewing the life of that 1999 constitution every 4 years. Tó bá ti dìbò fún wọn, ó ti dìbò fún jẹgùnú àwọn bàbá olè tí ilé ayé tiẹ̀ tó kàwé tó rí nǹkan kan fi ṣe. It's because they want it that way. We're going to take calls, just bear with us. The political parties have in this regard become the Judas, goats, that routinely lead us to all slaughter. The key to taking down the 1999 constitution is to immediately halting the political parties from dragging us to another round of national elections in 2023. It does not matter whether you bring young people to come and contest. That 1999 constitution will not give them any power. They cannot change anything. This is not a call to boycott the 2023 election, but to halt the preparation for 2023. Inside 2021, political parties must now be persuaded to close their shop forthwith. We're interested in any election. Close the party now. With the defeat of the 1999 Constitution by the joint multi-regional action of the NINAS alliance, the Sharia Caliphate that imposed an oath tightly to that constitution as its title deed to own and to control Nigeria is now confronted by the sudden diminishing of their title deed and is now on a desperate mission to conquer the rest of Nigeria in order to re-establish ownership and control by cost outside that defeated title deed. However, to be able to drive through this all-important conquest mission, the Caliphate needs more time in the saddle of Nigerian political leadership, wielding the authoritarian powers conferred upon them by all-powerful 1999 Constitution by Abdulsalam Abubakar, which is a military decree. The only way that the Caliphate can get the critically required time in power saddle is if the Caliphate can drag us to the voyage of another round of national election in 2023. On the other hand, if we halt the voyage to the 2023 inside 2021, the 1999 Constitution will lose its life inside 2021 and we will immediately get into transition and therefore on the way to regional referendum for self-determination. This is the safe route to freedom for all constituent blocs that are fed up with the toxic Nigerian Union. Nigeria is a toxic. Amidst the massive enlightenment campaign going on amongst people of the Alliance territory, which is what we are doing every day, to continue to enlighten our people, campaign, protest, rally, globally concerning the correlation between the 1999 Constitution, our miseries, elections, and political parties, more of our people know more that the going to general election 2023 under the 1999 Constitution will spell unmitigated disaster. In tó ń ṣàlàyé fún ẹni pé ṣorí ìwọ tó ní jẹ́ ńlá dìbò orí ẹ̀ ti gbálẹ̀ lọ́ọ́ dìbò èyí tó ti ń dì látijọ́ yìí kí lọ́ọ́ fi fún ẹ gbogbo mọ́tò tó fún ẹ ní 1999 ṣó ṣì ń ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀dẹ̀ ilé tó fún ẹ. Okay, somebody say we can't hear you. I'm just saying that now. Are you sure? On YouTube. Somebody say I can't hear you. I just spot that comment right now. I hope it's not your own, because we've got 230 people. How come you're the only one saying you can't hear me, you can't hear me? You might want to check your device. Literally going to well, probably your device because I can hear myself. That person is just probably trying to distract. You might want to come out of the broadcast and come back in. Thank you very much, Mazi Fan Biafra. All hail our Biafra brothers and sisters, and welcome as well. We're almost there. We're gonna open the phone line again. Eshejari, yeah, people can hear me. But when I saw that on my screen, I was like, okay, have I been talking and nobody's here? And I'm following the comment on Facebook, nobody's saying anything. So the YouTube was a bit kind of, anyway, let's continue. So what we have been doing is, just like the Biafra, Simon Ekpa, coming in every day. It doesn't matter how that guy get tired. He comes now and talk, educate their people. That is what I am doing. That is what Mayegun General is doing. That is what all our medias are doing. That is what every one of us are doing. Even people that are not, into this before, they started to go on live Facebook and they talk. But when you see other people that are saying, hey, you can't break up Nigeria, you want to go and renew another election for them. It's even better for those that are outside. So what our Nigeria to learn vote, to vote. Ìyànà jẹ́kú, àwọn bàbá yeah, or vote títí náà ní kilo. Remember all those? I now remember. I'll come back to this. I remember then. Koroibo ní phase 2. Àti ó lè ní gbogbo ẹ̀. It was all about fraud. Gbogbo àwọn tó vote fún Koroibo níbo ló wà nísìn. Gbogbo ilé tó fún yín náà ní phase 2 tó fún yín ní phase 1, phase 3, phase 4. Gbogbo ilé tó fún yín ní gbogbo àwọn agbègbè bẹ̀. Ṣé omi wọnú bẹ̀? Ṣé iná dé bẹ̀? Gbogbo ìbò tó mo rí yín bẹ̀ màmá mi Yẹmí láti Canada. Thank you very much. Anyway, let me quickly finish this and we open the phone line again. So that is why I missed the mass enlightenment campaign going on amongst people of the Alliance territory global concerning the correlation between the 1999 Constitution, our miseries, elections, and political parties. More of our people are now know that going to general election 2023 under this fraud 1999 constitution will spell unmitigated disaster. Ọmọ tán pè bẹ́ẹ̀. Sórí kékeré ni àwọn flood, fire tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Disaster gidi ni if you allow that election to go ahead. While halting that preparation, a gbọ́dọ̀ fún wọn láyè. Tó bá ti ń ṣe campaign pọ́pẹ́ṣẹ̀ election, àwọn náà máa jáde láti máa ṣe protest. Bó ṣe máa rí nìyẹn, ó ń bọ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀. Gbogbo ẹ̀ máa dàrú gbẹ̀yìn ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá gbé campaign kan jáde pé APC PDP, àwa náà máa gbé campaign jáde Yoruba nation no going back. Ibi tá a ti máa da gbogbo ẹ̀rú nìyẹn. Gbà díẹ̀ ló kù. NINA's call to action. Knowledge is power. Thank you very much, those of you on YouTube and Facebook. We're live on Instagram and we're live on Twitter. We're live on all the other platforms. Knowledge is power. The first task before us all. Gbogbo wa ló ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ nísìnyí. In the period commencing August 18, 2021, is to help spread this information as well as other related information on the constitutional force majeure amongst the peoples of the NINAS Alliance territory wherever they are on the world. Gbogbo bí tọ́mọ tó pé rẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà wà, Moscow ló wà ní, Russia ló wà ní, gbogbo ìlú pátápátá. We must now start telling people that that 1999 constitution is our problem. And we must not give it a room. Even Pastor Paul Adefarasi said so. We must not go back for another election. In Nigeria, I say, because that 1999 fraudulent election constitution is the backbone that gives the Fulani and the Hausa and some 419 Yoruba politician and 419 Igbo the power to continue to suppress the rest of the people that are 200 million. Thank you very much. NINAS direct the regional blocks to advance the processing and ramification of their regional constitution and chapter in readiness. So that is why we are saying now that that constitution, remember that constitution, this one, because this section is very, very important. Number two says we must now start preparing our constitution readiness so that you check any constitution. We have constitution to give UN. Thank you very much, View Eze TV. I hail all our Biafra brothers and sisters. And nobody should come on this platform and tell us, don't work with the Biafra. We can't trust them. Do you trust your family? And tell you that to your own loved ones. All hail Biafra. No going back. Chief Sunday Igboho will be pleased with what we are doing so far. No going back. Yoruba nation now. So we must be preparing regional constitution and chapter in readiness for the UN-backed regional self-determination, stay or leave referendum from the distressed Federation of Nigeria. Number 3, NINAS request you to help intensifying the signing of the ongoing NINAS referendum. Go and sign that referendum now. Give it to as many people to sign it as quickly as possible. That is preparation that will, petition for referendum rather. And need, since now at the posted, we have 250 people watching us on Facebook. By now we should have that referendum, driving on that thread. The same thing on YouTube. This is the job of everybody. Somebody should also put us the link there. Not tell that, we want to go. You are not doing anything. We all have a role to play. And that's the job that everybody will do. We have people that are watching. Nobody can post that constitution that is saying we want referendum. Anyway, let's continue. NINAS requests you to help intensify the signing of the ongoing NINAS referendum petition, by which NINAS December 16 proclamation is addressed, which is this one here. Let me see if I can come here. If I come here now, the NINAS one, this is what they're discussing. That, this one. No, sorry. You can go on NINAS website, ninasffn.org, and demand for referendum is there. Go and sign it. Don't ask me how to sign it. By now you should know. Register your support. That is what they're saying there. Let's come back to it. Again, number 4, in this same period, from tomorrow, 2021, let the campaign to persuade the political parties to close their shop tell all these Yoruba politicians in APC, PDP that we will not go for another election in 2023 because we do not have any basis to go for that election based on the bringing down of this 1999 constitution that is being renewed every 4 years and give power to the Fulani against me, the Yoruba man. Thank you very much. I think somebody else was to post it already. Thank you very much. Yes, Ashigoni. This will bring us to Domino 2 and the transition threshold precipitating the referendums we seek. Number 5, with the defeat of the 1999 Constitution and in the spirit of the transition prescribed in December 16, 2020, NINAS CFM, Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation, all governments in the Alliance territories are invited to brace up, take charge of, and responsibility for the safety, economic welfare of the people, making appropriate legislation and regulation to step into the roles previously denied them or prohibited by the fraudulent and now disputed 1999 Constitution, especially by 68 item, the federal exclusive legislative list in the Constitution pending when the former transitional mechanism at work. Power belongs to the people. Thank you for your attention, Professor Stephen Banji Akintoye, Chairman NINAS, August 17, 2021. Let's see if we get people that wants to hear their voice as we continue to the program. If not, let me take you straight to what Pastor Paul. So when you come here now, thank you very much to every single body that is watching. So this is where you need to go and sign so that we need, 108% action taken so far. Our new goal, say number we want to sign, we need millions of people by now. By now, that means we are not getting more people, to get onto these. We need more people. So that by the time United Nations, open these, they're saying like 3, 10 million, 20 million people wants to go. It will make job easy for everybody. It might make it easy for our time and sorrow. It might make it easy for anything. And in no time, and don't tell me that it cannot happen. USSR was 30 years ago, came down without probably maybe a few fights. But the fight was not that much. But let's come back to what Pastor Paul Adefarasi said about, the election of that fraudulent country called Nigeria. Pastor Paul, I wanted him to talk about, the Constitution. What did he say about Constitution? Let's hear what he has to tell us about that Constitution. Let's hear him. I think this is the video. I guess so. Let's let the advert go first. Once again, this is sorry, listen. Talonwa was that the freeze. Get out. I just need the one that Pastor Paul. Don't need any other person talking. I think it's this one, is it? It is when you say we should have plan B. I don't know what they saw. The other one is, okay. All right, let's hear this one first anyway.
The economy, I mentioned culture. You've got to go into politics and government deliberately.
You don't know how to sign. If you don't know how to sign, all you need to do is click Lori link T on the platform here. The about to click Lori is very easy. When you get to there, it will bring you here. All you need to do, your first name, your last name, your location in any part of the world, wherever you are. Email address is not compulsory, but your phone number is very, very important. You must put your phone number. It is very, very important that you put your phone number. And then after that, you will then come down here. Whether you are from Lower Niger, whether you are from the Lower Niger, South, or Southeast, or whether you are from the Middle Belt, or those of us from the Yoruba, you click on that, and then you can write anything underneath, and then you click submit. You might not literally get anything back because I don't quit. I submitted. Any feedback? No, don't worry about all that. As soon as you submit it, it's gone. Then you can then share to more people as well. It's very, very easy. By now, we need to have got like over 30 million. If really, we want us to really get out of that mess up country called Nigeria. Don't think about you outside the country. You have a little bit of change. You go for a couple of weeks. Think about the future. What about when you get old? You can't go back home. Look at all our parents, all stuck in Europe. 70 years, 75, 65. They can't go back home. And those at home, they're not being taken care of. Let's hear what Pastor Paul Adifara has to say here.
Don't fix some of Nigeria's problems today. That is this INEC problem. I will say it plainly. INEC, put me in trouble if you like. It is a fraud. The numbers in Nigeria, as far as census are concerned, and as far as election is concerned, are a lie. And if nobody will speak up about it, the righteous should speak. And our righteousness is not of ourselves. It is of him, and he will protect. Hallelujah. It is important. It is skewed now so that where the numbers are not properly reflected in our voting. This is the only country in West Africa where you move from the ocean to the desert and the numbers decrease, or rather, they increase. The only country. It's the only country in the world where you move from a large body of water to little or no water and the numbers increase. It was not Nigerians that started it. It was the parents of Nigeria who were not good parents. They were not good parents. The man, Lord Lugard, was a devil incarnate. And what he did to this country, we are suffering it many years later, and it's time that we must tell the truth. It's time we must tell the truth. It's absolute, we must. And those of you who benefit from the system, when the judgment comes, unless you extricate yourself in the righteousness of God, that's your own problem. You understand? And if you're in the system, you should behave like Robin Hood. Take from them and give it to the poor. You should have less so that they can have more. I have that sword in my office, the sword of what's his name? Lord of Locksley, Robin Hood. Why? Because part of my job is to make sure that the wealth of Nigeria is redistributed with an evenness. How do you do it? Not by giving the poor rice and oil at election time. Give them an education. And education in today's age does not have to be formal.
Did you hear that? Now let's play another one. Let's hear what he has to say here.
And God will give us what we need to do what needs to be done. If we perish, let us perish. Millions will rise in our place. You hear what I'm saying to you? Otherwise, your grandchildren will not have a future in this land.
Did you hear that? Your grandchildren, not you. I'm not talking about you now. Your grandchildren will not have future in Nigeria.
And only people who are genuinely rooted in Christ will be able to deliver on God's purposes for this nation. Does he have a purpose for it? Of course. Look at the amount of resources he has put in Nigeria. Look at the resilience of the Nigerian. Look at how Nigerians are succeeding everywhere in the world, whether they left Nigeria 400 years ago or left Nigeria on a plane 50 years ago. They excel. We're at the top of the treasury in the United States. We're at the top of the World Bank. The list is very long in all the sciences and in all the arts. So the problem is not Nigerians. It is Nigeria and its constitution.
Did you hear that?
The document upon which...
Did you hear that? That constitution is what I have just read all the way through. That constitution is what NINAS has been talking about. I'm going to explain more about how do you sign that petition for referendum. But when we come back here, right, this all started last year, Constitution Force Majeure, known as CFM. Right? December 16, 2020, NINAS and the Alliance of the Middle Belt, the Yoruba land and the Lower Niger issued a proclamation of the constitutional grievances. Since the Guatemala, that constitution is fraud, just like Pastor Paul had to say it here. Let's just wind it back a little bit.
Constitution. So the problem is not Nigerians. It is Nigeria and its constitution. The document upon which we were formed was a few soldiers who put it together and their surrogates. And that's what's supposedly holding us together. The foundation is that document. And if that foundation is faulty, what can the righteous do? We've got to go back to the foundation. The next administration must not access power until we have a veritable constitution that is.
Now, I love this bit that he talked about. I love that bit. The next, we must not even think about 2023. That is exactly what Pastor Paul is saying, just like what Ninas have said, that we must not allow another election based on that constitution.
Truly, the document of we the people. You hear what I'm saying to you? Anything else is a fraud.
Anything else is a fraud. Anything else is a fraud.
Nigeria is a scam.
It's a scam.
It's a scam. And it's perpetuated itself too long. It's time to do something about it. No politician has the right to talk to us on this matter.
Did you hear that? No political party, APC, Al-Qaeda People's Congress, PDP, Afghan, it doesn't matter. Any one of them has no right to speak to us on that constitution.
Unless they believe as we believe. On this matter, Nigeria can do better, she can get better, and she can win. We are suffering in Nigeria in our hundreds of millions, whereas we need not to. We could easily be one of the top 3 countries in the world with the kind of resources we have. And it's about time that we let the international community know that they must be partial. Don't come and tell us that you're protecting democracy.
They're protecting democracy. Let's hear what this Robert Clark also has to tell us.
Of their governors. What happened? The governor started breathing on the neck of the president. We want this, we want this. When Obasanjo left, he left 86 billion reserve and 47 billion in the excess school fund. Today, the excess school fund, I don't think is up to 2 billion. The reserve is just 20, all within 8 years. And what happened? The governors will hold a meeting, they breathe on the neck of the president, give us money from the excess school fund. He will give them, they all share it, without appropriation. That is stealing. They have been stealing Nigerians' money. And
we're more alive for the program. More
so when you have the constitution, I'm coming. When you have the constitution that only favors the the people who are governing us. 75% of the revenue of this country goes to maintaining and sustaining administration. It's only 25% that goes to capital projects. And that is why, since the beginning of 1999, there has been no capital project of note that Nigeria has ever embarked upon. When Shagari was there, we built the Elijah mill, we built the Jos mill, we built Ajakuta, and many other things. Since this constitution came into being in 1999, not one single project, major project. We cannot have a railway system from Lagos to Abuja. Every country must have from its commercial center to the political center a railway system that, will join you all together. No. Instead, politicians have been keeping the money in their pocket. So this constitution is no constitution for the benefit of the people. It must be restructured.
So these are some of the things you expected them to look at, and even holistically, you say it should be a total, jettison of this 1999 constitution.
It calls for restructuring, not amendment.
All right.
Because the Yoruba say, Odongo Joru, 0 upon 0 is 0. So what do you want to amend? An amendment that still gives you all the powers, for a governor to spend money.
All right, let me leave this Clark. I'm sure we've listened so much to him. Let me come back here because this urgency to talk about this particular 419 link called nigeriaunite.org. A lot of our people might start thinking that a wolf quantity, they like a wolf. There is a link going in circulation known as nigeriaunite.org. Let us be very, very careful. The whole idea now is politicians ti mọ̀ nísìnyí pé Koiki ti ń pariwo nílùú òyìnbó, ariwo yẹn dẹ̀ ń désàlẹ̀. Pé kò désàlẹ̀ yẹn fi hàn irọ́ ní gbogbo yẹn. Wọ́n ń gbọ́ lábúlé gan. Doesn't matter. Ibi tá a jókòó sí ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ, ó ń dé gbogbo abúlé. Ó lè má ì tí lọ bá ṣe fẹ́ tó pọ̀. So now àwọn politician náà ti wá jáde láti máa ṣe ẹmọ bó ṣe máa ń ṣe ọgbọ́n ta ló fẹ́ 10,000 naira, ta ló fẹ́ dá okòwò sílẹ̀. Ọmọ bàbá Gbówórìn ò lè jáde mọ́, ìyẹn bàbá Gọ́sìmẹ̀, shortman devil, vice president. Now wọ́n máa wá lo proxies. So àwọn proxies yẹn nísìnyí wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí jáde in different location, different local government. Àbí kò yẹ yín nísìnyí. So in tí mò ń ṣàlàyé fún wa ni pé let us understand that this between now and the next 500 and how many days ló kù before that 419 election that they are putting together, we must remain vigilant. So if I come here now, so let me show you. This is our countdown that I've prepared there for us all the time. That is the countdown. 542 days. Our people will get carried away. Ẹni tó fẹ́ gba adìyẹ wà nísìn, tó yẹ pé adìyẹ nìyà tó ń jẹ́. Ẹni tó fẹ́ gba magi wà nù wọn. Ẹni tó fẹ́ gbogbo tá a ti ń sọ látijọ́ yìí nísìn, àtàwọn tó ń ṣe Yorùbá nation, tó bá dé stage kan nísìn, tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí í gbowó síta, àwa ti gbàgbéra. Ẹlòmíì kan tẹ bá tún ráṣọ PDP lọ́rùn ẹ̀ pé PDP ló ń ṣe ní bó ṣe wà náà nìyẹn. A ti gbàgbéra. A ti gbàgbé pé tá a bá súnmọ́ dáadáa ta push ẹ̀ nísìn, gbogbo ohun tá à ń pariwo ìyà ń jẹ wá nǹkan kan yẹn, àtẹ̀kọ́kọ́ bọ́ nínú inhumane. Bó ṣe ń disrespect wa. Ọmọ Nàìjíríà tó gbé Nigerian passport dání tó ń disrespect. So tó bá ti wá disrespect wa, báwo ló ṣe rò pé wọ́n ní disrespect anybody? So in tá a fẹ́ wá sọ ni pé ẹ jẹ́ ká wà very very careful pẹ̀lú àwọn politician. Wọ́n tún ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ o. I'm sure pé gbogbo yín ti gbọ́ audio yìí, but let me just put it here as well.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ ẹ̀yin bàbá mi. Ẹ̀yin bàbá mi àti ìyá mi nínú ilé. Mi ò kì í máa ń tí sọ̀rọ̀ sínú platform yìí rí. Mo máa ń wo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Dẹ̀ máa ń fi èmi bá lọ. À ń gbàdúrà underline. Ṣé ẹ rí ẹnìkan ti sọ̀rọ̀ kan ní ibi báyìí tẹ́ bá fi yè sí pé fọ́ọ̀mù kan wà táwọn èèyàn ń fi lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tó ń fẹ́ fi ra future Yorùbá nation, ra future àrọmọdọ́mọ wa. Nǹkan tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní wípé ní àná ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan pè mí, ó ní òun sẹ́ndì fọ́ọ̀mù kan sí mi pé kí n fìlẹ̀ pọ́nà pé wọ́n fẹ́ fún àwọn èèyàn lówó. Mo bá ní kí ni title fọ́ọ̀mù yìí báwọn wo ni. Ó lóun ò mọ̀, mo ní kó béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ tó sẹ́ndì fọ́ọ̀mù yìí pé kí ni title fọ́ọ̀mù yìí. So títí di àárọ̀ yìí kò pè mí padà, ó sọ nǹkan kan. Ó wá di platform kan tí mo wà ni mo bá rí Google form kan tó ń send síbẹ̀. Àwọn tó dẹ̀ send àwọn tí mo mọ̀ ní pé 21 days countdown from yesterday. So no ma send it, àná ni mo ti rí tó ti sọ wọ́n ma send the form yìí to the platform pé countdown from yesterday, 21 days countdown. So nígbà tó wá di ní àárọ̀ yìí just a few moments ago tí mo fi tan WhatsApp mi, mo bá rí kíní yẹn, mo bá click on it. Mo ṣe kọ́kọ́ wò ó, mo rí www.nigeriaunite.org. Wọ́n ní kì í ṣe nǹkan tá à ń sọ lórí platform lélẹ̀. Why this? Wọ́n tẹ̀ láti wò ó. Wọ́n wá rí pé inú platform yẹn èèyàn máa upload fọ́tò ẹ̀ síbẹ̀. Lẹ́yìn tó bá upload fọ́tò ẹ̀, wọ́n á béèrè bank account, bank name, local government ẹ̀, the project tó fẹ́ fowó ṣe, àti email address ẹ̀, àti password. So tó bá ti wá ṣe ìyẹn tán, kó tó di kó submit, ó wá ní àwọn terms kan tí wọ́n ti sọ sí ìsàlẹ̀. So pé kẹ́niyẹn kó kà á, tó bá ti wá kà, tó bá ti agree, ó submit. Ìgbà tí mo wá kà kínní yẹn, in fact nígbà tí mo ti rí www.nigeria mo ń wò pé ṣé kò ń ṣe, èmi mi sọ pé ṣé kìí ṣe tó fẹ́ fi kínní náà gé ti NINAS, referendum Yorùbá nation. Nígbà tí mo wá fi ka kínní yẹn, mo wá rí i pé níbẹ̀ náà sọ pé that means you have agreed wípé Nàìjíríà ò gbọdọ̀ divide, wípé ìfá ọ̀rọ̀ tó kọ síbẹ̀ ó pọ̀, wípé so ó dẹ̀ gbọdọ̀ divulge information yìí, ó gbọdọ̀ sọ kíní kan lóríṣiríṣi tí wọ́n sọ síbẹ̀. Bí mo ṣe ní ọ̀nà kan lélẹ́yìí o tí àwọn èèyàn fẹ́ gbà, because wọ́n pé kò sówó lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn mọ́, ebi ń pa àwọn èèyàn, àwọn tó ṣiṣẹ́ kò rí owó oṣù gbà. So now this is a myth pé ẹni bá ti fíìlì fóònù tó submit tó ó ti mọ̀ pé tí èèyàn tí pẹ̀lẹ́ tẹ́bi ń pa tó bá rówó, dandan ni pé kó tọwọ́ bọ̀ wípé òun gbà ó ṣàtìlì tán ebi tó ń pa. Bí mo ṣe ní kán bá mi rọra cancel tèmi kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé mi ìmọye tán lè gbé fún wa. So mo fẹ́ bẹ̀bẹ̀ ni nínú ilé ìpín kan jọ mi ìmọ̀ràn àwọn tó ti lè rí fọ́ọ̀mù yìí o, kí wọ́n jọ o, torí kíní yìí tí wọ́n bá fi lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí fíìlì fọ́ọ̀mù yìí báyìí, tó ní pé ìgbà tán bá ní wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe referendum tí wọ́n sọ pé ṣèbí ní local government báyìí fún ní Yorùbá nation, pé ẹ wo iye àwọn tí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ò fẹ́ kí Yorùbá kó divide látòrí owó bèlèǹtì tí ò tó nǹkan kan tí ò ràn wàhálà tó wà lẹ̀, tí ò kọ́ni kó òwe ìṣẹ́, tí yẹn máa lọ ta àrọmọdọ́mọ ẹ̀ tó máa ta ọjọ́ ọ̀la ara ẹ̀ tá ti àrọmọdọ́mọ ẹ̀ tó máa ta tó máa fi Yorùbá sí ní ìgbèkùn. Ipe irú kíní káwọn èèyàn kó kíyè sára gidigidi kó má má sáì ní ẹ o, torí tó bá sáì ẹni tó ti gbowó, wọ́n ní tó jẹ kó tó jẹ yẹ̀yàn tí wọ́n sọ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ ẹ wo alálẹ̀ Yorùbá ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ o, ọmọ Yorùbá tó bá lọ sáìnì fọ́ọ̀mù yẹn ó kú owó kú Ọlọ́run ó kú gbogbo bó ti ṣe ń jẹ ibi ìyà ti ṣe ń jẹ gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ní Nàìjíríà yìí. Ẹ wo tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Afghanistan tí wọ́n tó lé president dànù tí wọ́n gba ìjọba mọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́, ṣé afẹ́ kí lóò kó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa ni? Èló ni wọ́n fẹ́ fún wa? A ní ká bó kó lọ́wọ́ wàhálà, wọ́n wá fi owó rà wá báyìí, wọ́n fowó tó wá báyìí pé ká lè bọ́ sínú ẹ̀. Nígbà tó bá fúnyàn lówó, do you know what will happen thereafter? Ṣé àwọn olùkọ́ tó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ sí yìí? Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn, ọmọ ṣe ní kí tètè ya kẹ́sílẹ̀ pé káwọn èèyàn kó tètè ya mọ̀ pé fóònù yẹn ti lọ káàkiri báyìí. Ẹlòmíì ò ní mọ̀ o, tá a fi lọ tọwọ́ bọ̀ ṣọ̀lọ̀ tí ò ní mọ̀ nǹkan, ẹlòmíì kò ní mọ̀ wé kà. Tá kò rí pé nǹkan báyìí ni tádẹ̀ ní pé òun fọwọ́ sí pé kán gbà tó bá wà fi to gbogbo rẹ́kọ̀dù àwọn tó sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ ní Yorùbá kó di Nàìjíríà kó divide, tó wá wo àwọn tó sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà kó bí pé kọ́kọ́ lọ lábẹ́ Yorùbá. Àwa dàbẹ̀ pé àwa là ń ṣe lòdì pé ìlú rí bó ti ṣe bá ti sọ bó ti ṣe rí, òun ṣe ní kí n sọ sílẹ̀ o pé kẹjọ yín àgbàlagbà ẹ bá fòye pé ẹ bá wo ẹ ṣàánú wa, ẹ má jẹ́ kí wọ́n tà wá o, ẹ má jẹ́ kí wọ́n tà ọmọdé wọn wa o, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o, ẹ má jẹ́ ká fìdí fọ́ọ̀mù yìí ebi ọ̀rọ̀ ní pa wá o, ó bẹ́tà ká jìyà báyìí ká bọ́ lọ́wọ́ ìṣòro yìí ká padà wá jọ ọ̀rọ̀ níta o, ẹ ṣé o.
Ẹ ti gbọ́n tí ìyá wa tí wọ́n bá wa sọ ní inú ọ́díò yẹn, àwa ń bẹ̀ yín ni, a mọ̀ pé ibi wà níta lóòótọ́, but ebi yẹn tá bá ní ká gba owó lọ́wọ́ politician máa renew contract 1999 constitution, inú wọn dẹ̀ máa dùn ni, whether they are your House of Reps representing you, whether they are your senator or your governor, by giving them another chance, lóòótọ́ ẹ máa ní eventually your life is not going to change. And don't expect any development in Nigeria because it's in the hands of the Hausa Fulani. Àwọn gangan ló di development yìí mú. And that is why táwa ṣe ń sọ nísìnyí pé we have option now to finally bring down that constitution by not giving them more room. And by doing so, it will help every single one of us. Nigeria is not going to work. It does not matter what anybody say. Nigeria is not going to work. And if anybody tells you otherwise, tell that person to give you evidence base. Bóyá èdè tèmi àti Hausa ń sọ àti Fúlàní àti Igbo bí àkan náà ni. Why should we be 200 million when I can be under 80 million and we're better off? Estonia is less than 2 million, 1.3 million. They're better off than me and you. Also, I've been able to translate using the Google that statement in Yoruba. Fáfà náwọn èèyàn wa tí fún ìdí kan àdí kejì tí wọ́n gbọ́ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì. So when you go on KOIKIMEDIA in just now, I'm going to show us, I've just done so now, I've translated to Yoruba. And at least that way, you can read it fún àwọn ìyá wa àtàwọn bàbá wa. Torí pé every single person must understand ìdí pàtàkì tí a gbọ́dọ̀ lọ ṣe election 2023. Don't let anybody fool you. Kò bá jẹ́ korobá ló fẹ́ rà fún ẹ. So if you come here now, wàá rí pé ìwọ̀nba tí mo lè ṣe using Google Translation. If it's not perfect, Yoruba, you can also do yours, to perfect it. I can't read it in Yoruba, but I've been able to translate everything in Yoruba. So right there, that is the translation of that press release that came out today, all now in Yoruba language. So ẹ̀yin tí ẹ wà nílé, ẹ bá wa pín fún àwọn ìyá wa, kẹkà sí wọn létí, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ gbọ́ Yorùbá dáadáa, tí Yorùbá yín tó sound. Well, I don't even want to promote that site. That's why I'm not even showing the site. But at least we've been able to talk about it. It's a site that we don't want anybody to go and put their details, because by doing so, you are probably doing otherwise against what we are doing. So this is a translation of the press release, as you can see there, using Google Translation. Once again, I'm sure this will be helpful. It's on koikimedia.com on our blog. So if you go there, and we have there already the proposed constitution. Remember this one. Okay, let me not show you this way. Let's show you the other way around. The proposed constitution. So you go on koikimedia.com. And then when you come down here, you will see the Yoruba Strategic Alliance, Omoluabi Worldwide, giving us a proposed constitution, as you can see there. Let's talk about it a little bit as well this afternoon. I continue to monitor some of your comments. Your people should know how to show respect. Once again, thank you very much, Bashir Mustafa. Thank you very much. I'm sure somebody... it's a site where people have been told to come and sign, and they will get 10,000 naira or whatever amount of money. Hello, Koiki, do you have that audio on your web page? Not yet, but I'll work on it, Evangelist Peter. I'm reading the comment on my big screen in front of me. We can get hold of a copy and send it out to all our contacts. People, it's already been going in circulation. We just have to continue to tell our people. I mean, our people are hungry. Somebody said don't abuse the vice president. I think concerning the vice president. So vice president is not a short man devil. So what is he then? Forget about that and stress yourself. If his conscience was good as a Yoruba man, he would have resigned on that job he's doing. But it shows he doesn't have a conscience. Look, we keep talking about things like that and say, don't abuse the vice president, don't abuse the president. And you can see the damage and the collateral damage. Do you know? So are you saying now that genocide is better than, the vice president that is there as a Yoruba man wearing a Awolowo cap and deceiving yourself and me? He's a short man devil. I say that again. If you're not pleased with that, take that to the bank. So this is a proposed constitution of the Yoruba nation. Remember, it's a proposed. Yes, you're right, Bishop Bashiru Mustafa. If the vice president has a conscience, by now he should have resigned. Look, he doesn't have to force himself on that job, right? All he needs to do is, let me even show you, this video. We've had enough of you, Robert Clark. The Constitution is fraud. You go and sit down with devilish people. So are you telling me that the vice president does not know that he's sitting down with devilish people? Or he doesn't know, just like this one. Let's watch.
Livestock.
Livestock, national livestock.
I will talk.
He doesn't know. I think
these are all directed at yes, let me for himself. Nigerians to give you
more life.
Why?
More on YouTube and Facebook.
Well, I don't know.
My son is saying anything. My son is new one. But let him know what YouTube me. My son the new one. Can't you listen about that? He doesn't know. Let me rewind it again. He doesn't know.
Livestock.
National livestock.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
These are all directed at Mr. President.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He can't say. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. He can talk for himself. Talk for himself for where?
Why?
Well, I doesn't know.
That is the name I've given him. I call him short man devil. If anybody is not pleased with that, you keep that to yourself. I'm a journalist. I can call them any name. He doesn't know. Doesn't know. Some of you. Some of us are hypocrites. We are ready to call Donald Trump names. We are ready to call Angela Merkel names. I was watching a documentary of all the flood that took place in Germany some few days ago. And I was watching, how they were interviewing some of these residents. And you could see the way they were, cussing, extra tire. Yeah, it's an extra tire, But I like Ama Deceiver, and that's why they've kept us where we are today. Hey, Emabu, hey. Let me look for the, okay, I guess we have a caller from Canada while I prepare something for us. Hello, caller.
Koiki.
Welcome, Mama wa. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Takuntakun Ọlọ́run á máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́.
Àmín Ọlọ́run.
Gbogbo wàhálà wa ò ní jẹ́ lásán.
Pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run.
Kí n kọ́ kọ̀mẹ́tì àwọn tó ń sọ pé wọ́n ń búyàn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mà.
Donald Trump tó jẹ́ olórí Amẹ́ríkà kò sórúkọ tán kì í pè é.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Àwọn tó bá ti jẹ́ olórí oríṣiríṣi ìwọ̀sí náà máa ń fi lọ̀ wọ́n. Tọ́ndẹ̀ máa ń gbà mọ́ra. So gbogbo eléyìí táwọn èèyàn wa kàn máa ń ká àwọn yẹn kì í ṣe kò yẹ kó jẹ́ nǹkan bàbàrà. Ókè wọ́n á máa sọ pé wọ́n ń bú ọba, wọ́n ń ṣe. at least gbogbo àwọn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan náà ló máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ sí àwọn ọba yìí. Dípò náà àwọn ọba yìí wọ́n kàn wá ń fi kẹ́wọ́ pé wọ́n ń bú wọn. Téèyàn bá lọ́mọ 10 tí 5 sọ̀rọ̀ burúkú sí tí 5 dẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ pé ẹ ṣàánú wa yín kankan ṣé kò ní tìtorí àwọn 5 tó ń bẹ̀ yẹn ó fojú fo pé àwọn kan ń bù ú kán dẹ̀ máa ṣe nǹkan tó tọ́. So wọ́n kàn wá ń fi yẹn kẹ́wọ́ pé torí pé wọ́n ń bú wọn torí pé wọ́n ń bú wọn wọn ò ní nǹkan ṣe ni. So Ọlọ́run bá kókó sí àwọn èèyàn wa nú àwọn politicians wa àtàwọn leaders wa. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Afghanistan lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ó yẹ kó kọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn ní lọ́gbọ́n. Gbogbo kíní wọ̀nyẹn tá a bá tètè yí padà Ọlọ́run kókó tí wọ́n nú ká separate ó sì ń bọ̀ ó sì lè happen Nàìjíríà.
Ó ti dé tán.
Gbogbo wọn ló dẹ̀ máa forí fa ojó lówó òjò lówó àti gbogbo àwọn pásítọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ọ̀rọ̀ náà lé kiri tó bá yá àwọn Muslim wọn máa gba gbogbo ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì wọn ì bá gbàdúrà látàárọ̀ dalẹ́ kò lè ràn. Kì í ṣe àdúrà nìkan lọ́lọ́run fẹ́ ìfẹ́ tó bá dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ àwọn mẹ̀kúnnù gbogbo ìyà tó ń jẹ wá nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wọ́n á sọ̀bọ̀ pé ká kúrò lábẹ́ àwọn Fúlàní ṣùgbọ́n torí pé wọn ò nífẹ̀ẹ́ ìmọ̀tara wọn nìkan kọ́ máa jẹ ìgbádùn ìyẹn náà wà áfítà. Tó ò bá dẹ̀ tètè yí padà mo wí kọ́ lọ́n kó sí wọn nú kán yí padà kó tó di pé àwọn Muslim kan gba gbogbo ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì wọn tán. Wọ́n máa ń sọ pé ó happen in those days ní Turkey gbogbo ibi tó fi ń ṣe mosque nísìnyí churches náà pé gbogbo ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mo gbọ́ history èmi náà gbọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ká tètè yí padà kán má jẹ́ káwọn ọmọ àwọn Muslim burúkú àwọn ẹlẹ́mìí èṣù Muslim kọ́ńkọ́ń ká gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá Ọlọ́run bá ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Gbogbo àwọn ọba àwọn yẹn wọn ò ní kàn ṣe ni pé wọ́n bú wọn gbogbo èèyàn kan ló ń bú wọn náà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Èmi náà máa ń ájú pé ká má máa bú wọn.
Àtẹ̀bọ̀ ọba mọ́ ọ̀bọ̀ tó Ọ̀ṣínbàjò kì í ṣọba èèyàn l'Ọ̀ṣínbàjò and we can reference his name for and make it we can call him anything I want. That's my own we can call him anything.
Nígbà táwọn ọba ò bá ṣe nǹkan táwọn ọmọ ìlú ń fẹ́ ẹ̀bá àwọn ọmọ ìlú máa ń lọ ilé ọba mi kúrò láàfin tó ò bá ṣe nǹkan tó ń fẹ́. Táwọn ọba wọ̀nyí tó bá ṣe nǹkan tá à ń fẹ́ kò sẹ́ni tó máa wọnú sí wọn. Gbogbo àwọn tó dẹ̀ sọ pé wọ́n ń bú wọn náà náà ti bẹ̀ wọ́n rí tán ti rọ̀ wọ́n bọ́ ti gbà tí wọ́n ń gbọ́. Ọlọ́run bá tètè yí wọn lọ́kàn padà nítorí ọ̀rọ̀ wọn ń burú sí ni o. Gbogbo àwọn tí ó sọ̀pọ̀tì gan tẹ́lẹ̀ ní ìsìn ó dàbẹ̀ pé bí àwọn press àbí àwọn governors ló ń fúngun mọ́ wọn tí gbogbo wọn fi ń yí padà kò dẹ̀ yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìbọn ọba ni wọ́n lágbára lórí àwọn governors wọn but lágbára Ọlọ́run ìgbésẹ̀ tí NINAS ń gbé gbogbo ayé orí sájọ ojú àti wọn ẹ kú iṣẹ́ o.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni màmá wa thank you very much. I'm sure some of you have seen some of these images. Ṣé ó dìgbà tó bá dé stage yìí ká tó mọ̀ pé problem ń dé? Yes, thank you very much for reminding me that the Prime Minister of Malaysia ẹni tó bá mi post kìíní ẹ Ọlọ́run bá ń kẹ́yìn. Yes, Malaysia Prime Minister resigned after 17 months in office, but you never see in Nigerian leaders. But let me first bring you this guy. How many of us know him? How many people have come across Jonathan Pye? He's a big time journalist. How many of us láti gbọ́ fídíò rí? How many of us? Let me just pick at random. Ètò ṣe ní 5 days ago lélẹ̀. Let's watch it.
If managing your ads drives you crazy and you're all about automating your e-com business, then keep watching.
The collapse of Greensill in March has left the bank's clients facing billions of dollars in losses. David Cameron worked for the company as a part-time advisor for 2.5 years after stepping down as Prime Minister. Mr. Cameron says there was no wrongdoing. Panorama has also discovered documents indicating his role earned him about $10 million before tax. What the fuck? Sorry, cut $10 million working part-time for a couple of years. Sorry, what? No wrongdoing? Well, perhaps technically or legally, but what about, morally? Making a fuck ton of cash, promoting a company that used the global pandemic to further its dodgy financial interests. On the take, jazzing $850 million of investors' cash into some nasty US coal company.
I hear the guy is a true stayer and a good yabba. If by the time you watch this guy all the time, a little bit,
You've seen the news this week. The world's about to end because of things like nasty US coal companies. What about no moral wrongdoing? A prime minister's legacy can often be judged in fairly simple terms by how much carnage they leave in their wake and how many pigs they fucked whilst at university. And on both counts, David Cameron is one for the history books. I know it's bullshit, Tim, but it's also oddly plausible, which is why it's still funny. What, David Cameron fucked a pig? He stuck his cock in a pig's mouth.
Ṣé gbọ́ kan tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀? Ẹ má bínú, tàbá lọ́mọ kéékèèké láàrin inú ilé. Ẹgbọ́n on terms tó ń lò níbẹ̀, let me just pause it, not play it anymore. Ẹni Koiki fún Vice President. Did you hear what he's saying there? He's comparing David Cameron of doing certain things with the pig. Ó ń sọ pé David Cameron àtẹlẹ́dẹ̀ wọ́n jọ ń lò papọ̀. And we are talking about, let's now leave Jonathan Pye. Let's come back here. I think I posted it on my YouTube. The Prime Minister of Malaysia, right? Or resigned after 17 months. I think I posted it. All right, I got video, If not, Malamujade, they are more posted. I thought I did, but if not, Reason doesn't so ha. Each Nigerian citizen may hold 217,000 naira by next year as Nigerian debt hit 43.4 trillion. Don't forget to read the new constitution. Yeah, I'm going to talk, I'll touch on that. We touched on that about yesterday. I'll touch on it again today. Did you see what the reason they're saying? Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ṣe ń sọ nìyẹn? Ṣé wọn náà mọ̀ pé fámìlì tèmi náà àti fámìlì tẹ wà lára wọn tó máa san gbèsè yìí? Kí la gbé kí la rù? Let's come here. I think I saw it in Punch. The minister for Edeka. I'm going to go back to that constitution. Because sometime, this is it. 2022 budget, federal government to borrow 4.89 trillion naira, says the finance minister. Potentially in Mowa, there was a particular one she was talking about our debt. Our debt will keep rising. Revenue decline. I think we have a caller on the line. Hello, caller. Eba mute the background, Rejo. Eba mute the background, man. I'm going you. It's wọlé o.
Ẹ má bínú. September 1st, tí wọ́n ní àwọn Fúlàní máa kúrò.
Ẹjọ́,
ṣé àwọn gómìnà wa...
Wọ́n náà Fúlàní máa kúrò, wọ́n ní wọ́n ní jẹ́ kó dẹran mọ́ lórí ilẹ̀ wa. Wọ́n ní dẹran mọ́. Ọmọ abáànẹ̀. So, àwọn Fúlàní dẹ̀ náà wọ́n nígbà. So, n tó fi ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà yẹn. Ẹ̀tọ́ ọba September wọ́n yàn politician ká sì máa wò la máa sọ ká ṣàrà Abíọ́lá.
Ṣé mo pé ìdí ẹni àwọn tó sọ yí pé òun mọ gbogbo àwọn Fúlàní tó wà nínú igbó pé òun fún wọn títí kinní kan fi jáde ní 1 month.
Ní 30 1 month yẹ.
Ṣé mo pé nígbà ó tún padà bá wọn ṣe méjì ìdájọ́ pé ẹ̀kọ́ fáwọn 5 months tó ní òkè wọn àgbè. Ìbílù tiẹ̀ ní níbẹ̀ yẹn mo mọ tó ṣe nínú ọdún tó sọ pé òun fún ọ ní 1 month. Nǹkan tó ń tọ́ láti drag out ni pé wọ́n wọ́n fi ń tàn wá pé sóun ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n á gbé wọ́n sọ́dọ̀ sí wa náà pé káà náà fún wọn 5 months.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ó jò tó lọ lọ́n kọ́ má gba rọ́bìṣì yẹn wá bẹ̀ wọ́n ni o. Tó ló máa pèsè ara wọn fún that 5 months tó sọ ni. Wọ́n bá lọ àṣìṣe ẹ̀ka.
Ẹ ṣe gan ni màmá wa. Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ṣe ń ṣe ni ẹ nínú ilé? Kí la gbé kí la jù, ẹ jẹ́ ká fìyẹn sílẹ̀, ẹ jẹ́ ká fìyẹn sílẹ̀. Now you come here, our debt, our lọ́pẹ́ o, wọ́n ní Fúlàní debt o, wọ́n ní Hausa debt o, our debt, ẹ wá máa béèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn, èèyàn mélòó ló jẹ́ nínú debt yẹn? Èmi béèrè ni o, èèyàn mélòó ló jẹ́ nínú debt yẹn? Èèyàn mélòó ló jẹ́ nínú debt yẹn? Ẹ jẹ́ àgbọn kan tí wọ́n sọ níbí báyìí. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ wa níbikíbi tí àtijọ́ ń bá ètò yẹn lọ. We've been talking about the NINAS, but we're just talking about a few other things right now. Minister of Finance and Budget, Fulani ni. The federal government has said it plans to borrow more to fund its budget for 2022, while it will spend more to service the growth debt as a result. The Ministry of Finance and Budget and National Planning, the Debt Management Office, and the Budget Office of the Federation gave the indication at the public hearing organized by the House of Representatives Committee on Finance. Ṣé gbogbo tó ń sọ yìí nísìn, gbogbo ẹ̀ náà is still on that 1999 constitution, is all fraud. I think we have a caller coming through. Hello? Hello? The committee had organized the stakeholders meeting on the 2022-2024 medium-term expenditure framework and the fiscal strategy paper. Hello? Kí la gbé kí la jù. Ìjọ la fi san gbèsè. Ṣé ẹni tó rí 270,000 nínú tó rí 270,000 nínú àkáǹtì ẹ̀rí tó wá ní kó wá dá padà nísìn ẹ̀rí pé ó máa ní kí la gbé kí la jù.
Bàbá mi gbọ́dọ̀ kà yín ẹ mọ bóyá ń lọ ní Nàìjíríà ọmọ 5,000 ní lákà.
Ibo ló ti fẹ́ rí 5,000 lẹ́pẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Ibo ló ti fẹ́ rí. Ibo ló ti máa rí. Prime Minister Malaysia ló ń lọ nísìnyí ní Kuala Lumpur after 17 months. Malaysia Prime Minister is on his way out. Ẹ̀wá ní Vice President ò lè resign. Who the hell is he? Muhyiddin Yassin has resigned after 17 months in office. Ẹ máa gbọ́ ìdí tó ṣe resign o. by becoming the shortest serving Malaysian prime minister in the history of the country. Ìdí gangan la fẹ́ gbọ́ nísìnyí. Ìdí ẹ̀ ni pé the country is facing its worst COVID-19. Ẹ máa gbọ́ o. And again, COVID-19, many are angry over Yassim handling of the crisis. Ẹ wá máa sọ pé crisis mélòó ló wà ní Nàìjíríà tó yẹ káwa máa bínú sí. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú ń bínú. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú ẹ̀ ń bínú pé kò handle COVID tí kò ń ṣe pé òun ló dá COVID sílẹ̀ o. Ṣinkó China tó dá COVID sílẹ̀. Prime Minister wọn resign o. But Prime Minister ìlú mi wọ́n resign. Only but he has quit without a clear successor. Kò tẹ̀ fẹ́ kí àbíyá ẹlòmíì wà níbẹ̀ tó máa gbà bí kò ní gbà. Ẹ wọ́n sọ fún mi pé vice president kan wà níbẹ̀. Vice president kọ́ vice president ni. President.
We are the one that voted for the president. Why? The only thing that they want to get because he had one they say and the right not so. We have right.
Prime Minister look on ṣé Malaysia wá dájú Nàìjíríà lọ ìyá ọmọ Nàìjíríà tó wà Malaysia nìsín tó prefer láti wà ní Malaysia ju Nàìjíríà lọ àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ náà wà lá fún Malaysia ní epo tó fi ń ṣe epo àwọn ni the largest palm oil producer in the world. Àwọn lá fún wọn ní the seed epo ẹ̀yìn ní 1980 somewhere around there. Àwọn ni the largest palm oil producer in the world. Passport wọn kò sí ìlú tó fẹ́ dé. Àfún wọn ní sí. Problem tó ń ṣe tiẹ̀ òun ló resign fún òun kọ́ ló dá COVID ti káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé òun kọ́ ló dálẹ̀ bọ̀ àwọn ọmọ ìlú ẹ̀ ní kò kẹwàá wọn tí àwọ̀ à ń dùn dáadáa. So when people do not even understand the consequence of taban sọ pé àhàlárí lẹ́ǹkan yẹn èèyàn ẹ gbọ́ yẹ mo náà ẹ máa gbọ́ ẹ mo gbọ́ yín.
Okay, ẹ̀rí nǹkan tí mo try láti appreciate ẹ̀yin ní bí a pèsè àwọn lọ́wọ́ yìí sí inú mi dùn you people are now coming back together. Ẹ ti understand? Ṣé coming back together yín òun ló máa pay our followers wọ́n tún sọ nǹkan fún ìkan lára àwọn guys ìdájọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ níbí yìí because we èyí ni mo wà tà. Wọ́n sọ fẹ́ nìyẹn mo ní sọ́mọ̀ pé tá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tó lead wa àwọn tá à ń tẹ̀lé out of 100% of Yoruba citizens right now ẹ̀yin media presenter ẹ kó 80% nínú wa. There are groups lóríṣiríṣi yẹn tán pé àwọn ní èmi ní whatever ìlànà or whatever tí wọ́n try láti come together. Bàbá let's say pé a fún ọ ní 20%. Ẹjọ́ out of 20% and 80% èwo ló di.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ̀yin ní náà. Ẹ wá rí ẹ̀yin tọ́lọ̀ sí láti ṣàtiwájú táwọn ti ń rìn. Ẹjọ́ torí tọ́lọ̀ fún bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀yin náà lẹ́tún lè ṣe iṣẹ́ yẹn lórí tó tún lè dé sí ó máa lápẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹ̀jọ̀ ní tòkè bọ́ ẹnu yín làwọn ti ń gbọ́ information ilẹ̀ fún wa ní information àwọn fún àmọ́ wọn náà we don't know any one of them. Àrí wọn rí àmọ́ leaders wọn ẹnu ẹ̀yin fọ́lọ̀ ẹ̀yin media center yìí náà láti máa ń gbọ́ wípé àwọn kan wà ìlànà àwọn kan wà kíní kan tó bá rí pé àwọn NINAS tó ń jáde ẹgbẹ́ àníwọ̀n àwọn wọn. So ẹ̀bẹ̀ kan wá fẹ́ pé ìjọ́sọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ bàbá ẹ try as much as possible. Ẹ̀yin tọ́lọ̀ ti fi ṣàtúwájú ẹ try láti ṣiṣẹ́ láti try láti call all this group together. Ẹ gbìyànjú ó dẹ̀ ń gbẹ́ ìwọ ọlọ́run máa fún un ṣe ẹ ti gẹ́ ọlọ́run máa because wọ́n gbogbo wọn ríra bí aṣíwájú. Ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé tó bá bẹ̀ sí sọ̀rọ̀ pé kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ gbà fúnra wọn a tún máa padà ní problem náà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ ti understand problem ti tàn sílẹ̀ nínú location 419 a tún máa padà fẹ́ lọ kó síbẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Oníkálukú wọn àfẹ́ náà pé àwọn wà ní sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ gbọ́rọ̀ sí ara lẹ́nu.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn ní ọmọ wa lónìí bàbí tó tí ò lè ṣe.
What all right, no problem. Ẹ ṣé gan-an. Thank you very much. Ẹ ṣé. No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ẹ ṣé gan-an. Ẹ ṣé gan-an. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, definitely. It's not about whether a government is working or not. It's about the system that is fraud, that is not working. Hello?
Hello?
Ekason.
Ekason, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yeah. Mr. Didn't show us in Nigeria.
I'm going here. It's okay. About that thing.
I saw President Malaysia.
Ben, sir.
Ní ọdún náà kan ní President Lebanese.
Ben, crisis tó wà ní Lebanese ẹ parọ́ Ben.
Àwọn tó kù wọn ọwọ́ 500 yìí ó lè lọ resign. Ọwọ́ 500 yìí kẹwàá wo láti 2 years sí this nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ̀wọ̀n yóò tó ti kú. Lágbóhùn ló jẹ́ president Nàìjíríà dájú ọ̀gbọ̀n náà dé bá wọn kú. Àti kú because àwọn tó kú ní Lebanese ọwọ́ 200. Ó lọ resign. Àbẹ̀sẹ̀ òun lè ṣe mọ́ òun ò lè continue kágbáre kò gbé. Ó wá jẹ́ pé gómìnà Ọ̀yọ́ state èèyàn tó kú ní gọ̀gàn ó ju ẹni tó kú ní Lebanese lọ.
Ìgọ̀gàn rántí.
Èèyàn tó kú ní gọ̀gàn ó ju ẹni tó kú ní Lebanese lọ. Ṣèyí Mákindé ṣì wà mẹ́rin tó ní ló ń fa ṣíkì tó ní next time tó ń ṣe pàtí. Ẹ bá tọ́ mi ká continue ká máa bá wa ṣe wọ́n Nàìjíríà. Ẹ wò àwọn ọmọ ká ṣe wọ́n Nàìjíríà yìí wọn máa bàjẹ́.
Ẹ ṣe gan ni bàbá wa. Nígbà tí alàgbà wa sọ̀rọ̀ ìgọ̀gàn mo wá lọ sínú Google lọ mú picture jáde. Mo lọ mú picture ẹ̀ jáde. Mo lọ mú picture jáde just to remind us. Ẹ mọ̀ pé a máa ń tètè gbàgbé nǹkan. Ó dìgbà tí crisis mi bá tún ṣẹlẹ̀. Ẹ bá rántí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Ìgọ̀gàn. Èyí tí gómìnà láti gan fi resign ni. Bọ̀ kò ń ṣe ní Nàìjíríà. Èyí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Ìgọ̀gàn yẹn tó bá jẹ́ ìlú míì tó ní modesty, that governor will resign automatic. Lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. Did anybody resign? Did any of his cabinet resign? Did any of his commissioner resign? Do you know what? It still boils back to that constitution. So it's not about governances, Lanson Ibibai. We are talking about a constitution that has guarded and kept every one of us. Gbogbo àná àmọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ bọ̀ nísìnyí tá ti wá mọ̀ kí ládé tá ti wá ṣe ìtumọ̀ á máa àìdẹ̀. Tá àbá ń tá àmọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ àti ń tá àmọ̀ nísìnyí two different things. Hello, Baba Fatai. Àwa ni ẹ sà.
Ọlọ́run akún yá fún gbogbo wa.
Àmín.
Ọ̀dà táìmù tẹ̀lé táyà ọ̀ní. Àwọn màmá yẹn wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ pé kọ́wá ìdí Muslim gba ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì wọn. Àwọn ilé ìdí Muslim tó ń sọ yìí tó bá dé ọgán. Àwọn tó jẹ́ ìmáàmù tó jẹ́ ti wa. Wọ́n máa ní wọn sẹ́yìn ni. Wọ́n máa gbà máa kí lọ́wọ́ wọn ni. Ìṣe ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì nìkan ló máa gbà o. Wọ́n máa gbà máa kí lọ́wọ́ àti jẹ́ Muslim tó jẹ́ ti wọ́n tó jẹ́ Yorùbá. Wọ́n bá ti ìyá lajú lẹ́sìn. Kí gbogbo akáṣe ọdún ẹ̀ka ṣe. Èmi ò yọ̀rọ̀ pé bá Muslim lọ́gbà ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì. Àwọn ilé tó ń bọ̀ yìí, wọ́n tẹ̀ mọ́ Muslim ti wá wọ́n kájẹ́ Muslim Yorùbá àti Muslim lọ́dọ̀ tí wọn. Àbẹ́ ìgbọ́rọ̀ ni. So wọ́n máa ní everybody sẹ́yìn ni. Ìbò ní wọ́n ṣe bá Haúsá. Àwọn Fúlàní ò tò sẹ́yìn Haúsá kírun.
Àwọn Fúlàní ò tò sẹ́yìn Haúsá kírun. Ẹ bá ń tún àárín yẹn sọ. Ẹ ní àwọn Fúlàní ò ní tò sẹ́yìn Haúsá kírun.
Àgbáyé. Àwọn ọba gbogbo àti ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àti mọ́ọ̀kì gbogbo ẹ̀ máa ń dà papọ̀. Ẹ̀ẹ́kọ́ ní àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ máa mọ̀ pé àwọn ọmọ obìnrin ò lọ skul. Kò sí skul fún àwọn ọmọ obìnrin, fún àwọn ọmọ wa obìnrin, nígbà àwọn ọmọ wọn. Wọ́n bá ti lè jẹ́ kọ́ ráyè wọlé. Ọ̀rọ̀ skul fún bìnrin ò ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́. Tó káwọn èèyàn wá tètè mọ omi tá a wà ń ta àti wà wọ́n ta. Tí gbogbo Áfíríkà ti lè dìde.
Àgbọ́yé.
Ìyẹn gbogbo kábàdẹ̀ lè bọ́ sí àbí ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń ṣe ní nígbà yìí kí gbogbo ọ̀dà mọ̀ pé jẹ́ wa ni pé pẹtíṣọ̀n yẹn ẹni ọ̀kẹ́ yẹn wà kò sí ọlọ́run tí lọ́mọ kéèyàn fi easy kò sí èèyàn wà tó sẹ́ǹdẹ̀ sí àwọn èèyàn pé ẹ bá fi ilẹ̀ o ẹ bá fi ilẹ̀ bá sẹ́ǹdẹ̀ o iṣẹ́ gbogbo tó wà nìyẹn. Ìṣe gbogbo alẹ́ lè sọ̀rọ̀ ní lálẹ́ ṣe mídíà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Pẹ̀lú wà lè ṣe mídíà, àwọn èèyàn tó ní máa tẹ̀lé kéèyàn máa tẹ̀lé sí wọn, ẹ bá tó máa èèyàn, wọ́n fi ṣiṣẹ́ ṣe.
Ọ̀dà. Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Ọlọ́run àgbà fún wa.
Àmín.
Ẹ kíṣẹ́.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Thank you. Ìbéèrè tí mo fẹ́ bi irú gọ́vnà wa nísìnyí pé ǹjẹ́ wọ́n tẹ̀ ti tún pálásì bàbá àṣegọ̀gàn yẹn ǹjẹ́ wọ́n tẹ̀ ti tún ṣe? Tàbá láwọn tó wà ní gbogbo Ìbàràpá axis ẹ jẹ́ bá wa pè kẹ́ bá wa sọ ǹjẹ́ wọ́n ti tún pálásì yẹn ṣe láti bí oṣù méjì nísìn tí wọ́n ti sanná sínú ẹ̀. Ẹ ló kọ́là wa o.
Koiki.
Mo gbọ́ yín o bàbá.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun.
Àwa nìyẹn sà.
Èmi ni mo remind ẹ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Malaysia.
Okay. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Thanks very much. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I called you the other time.
Mo rántí, yeah.
Koiki, nǹkan ẹ̀kọ́ tó ń dùn mí ní gbogbo kìíní yìí ò ju pé I don't know Yoruba youth most especially. I don't know how we are going to engage with them. Seriously. Bóyá bóyá gbogbo àwọn all the institutions in Yoruba land, maybe we need to engage with their SCG. You know, they need to speak up. Wọ́n ní láti sọ̀rọ̀ sókè. At the same time, maybe with the landlord association all over Yoruba land, whenever tí wọ́n bá kọ̀ fún Yoruba nation rally or protest, people need to come out. Àwọn èèyàn fight fún yín ní abroad, but you people down there, you see our Yoruba people, they prefer to you know, they prefer to be giving birth and getting married in poverty. I don't really understand. Ó máa ń dùn mí gan. This year will make my 24 years mo ti kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà yẹn. And I do tell my friends that look, then as I'm talking about them, that look guys, this country needs me ò rí any future in this country in the next 50 years. And now this is 24 years, yeah? And we are that's a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń pariwo fún Yorùbá nation tí mo gbà tó máa dúró. And I told them as at then 1997 when I first left Nigeria, but guys look, there's nothing in this country, but at the moment ó máa ń dùn mí gan pé àwọn Yorùbá youth, you know, most of them one more time tí BB Naija bí wọ́n máa pè wọ́n gbogbo wọn lè sọ, you know, they are more comfortable to you know to just subscribe for 1,000 naira or whatever láti wo BB Naija. But when it comes to nǹkan tó máa benefit life wọn, bàbá wàá máa rí wọn, wọ́n máa propose káàkiri ní wọ́n máa post online, wọ́n máa ṣe rubbish, ìyá dẹ̀ ń jẹ wọ́n. It's very very annoying. I'm online. Mo gbọ́ yín ẹjẹ́ fi yín lẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Nice one.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Nice one.
Tẹ́ bá rí in tí mo fi wọ̀n wáyìí, epo Malaysia ni. Ẹ já gbọ́ díẹ̀ nínú.
Unlike other oils, palm oil eludes the hydrogenation process in most food preparations, making the...
Thank you very much for all your contribution to KOIKIMEDIA, and we continue to support, and it gives us to do more as well. I'd say thank you very much. I have somebody that is calling. In God I trust. Let's go straight to the caller. Hello, caller.
Hello, Mr. Koiki.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ ẹ kúṣẹ́ o.
Àwa nìyẹn.
Yes, kọ̀ọ̀kan wá sọ́kàn mi ní Mr. Koiki because láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nígbà tí gbogbo Nàìjíríà ń pariwo Boko Haram, Buhari jáde, gbogbo wọn jáde wọn ní wọn kò sọmọ Nàìjíríà ọlọ́mọ Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n pé ọmọ neighboring country ni wọ́n. Now Yorùbá tí kò tó ń pariwo ó sì kọ́ ló ń parọ́. Àwọn tó ń sponsor wa lọ bá wọn ṣe ń gbọ́ mi o.
Mo ń gbọ́.
Wípé ká wá surrender. Nǹkan fọmọ ẹ pé tí Nàìjíríà lọ pẹ̀lú gbogbo agitation wa pẹ̀lú gbogbo evidence tá à ń kólẹ̀ wọ́n mọ ibi tó ń lọ. Now nígbà tí wọ́n bá sọ pé wọ́n kì í sọmọ Nàìjíríà ká wá surrender. Ní ìlú tó bá dáa, orílẹ̀-èdè tó bá dáa, ṣùgbọ́n yẹ kí wọ́n ti bọ́ tọ́ padà sórílẹ̀-èdè wọn ni. Táwọn bá sọ pé wọ́n lè fi àjọ wọn tó gbọ́ jẹ́ brọ́dà wọn, ṣùgbọ́n yẹ kí wọ́n ti bọ́ tọ́ padà sórílẹ̀-èdè kan ti wá ní àbí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Now níbo ni wọ́n kó wọn sí wọ́n deport wọn ni àbí wọ́n tún fún citizenship fún Nàìjíríà.
wọ́n ti fún wọn citizenship náà ni.
tí a rí pé Yorùbá míì tó bá sọ pé òun pé wọ́n lè jà lọ́yà pé ẹ̀rí kórí wọn ti kú. because nígbà tí mo sọ pé sọ̀rẹ́dà mò ń wò pé ẹ sọ̀rẹ́dà ìlú tó wá jẹ́ ìlú gidi ó yẹ kán mú yín kán dá ìpadà sí ìlú tó lọ pé
kọ́ deport wọn padà.
kán deport wọn padà sí ìlú wọn ni.
kódà àwọn ọmọ tó commit offence gan ní UK bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ̀ jẹ́ kó wọlé padà nígbà tó lọ sí kọ́kọ́ lọ́jà.
wọ́n kọ̀ sí Nàìjíríà kó citizenship fún Nàìjíríà nígbà tó bá wá yá ẹ̀kọ́ wọn military. nǹkan táwọn èèyàn rò kọ́ láti bò fún Yorùbá kó jẹ pẹ́sidẹ̀ntì ẹgẹ́ ìpè lọ́wọ́ nígbà tí Yorùbá bá jẹ pẹ́sidẹ̀ntì àwọn wo ló máa jẹ́ security aid ẹ̀ ṣé kìí ṣe Fúlàní. ṣé àwọn kankan ló máa kádà nù láti ẹgbẹ́ Fúlàní wọn sí tó mọ ọba tó wẹ̀.
wọ́n ló wá kó Yorùbá náà síbẹ̀ á kó Yorùbá tiẹ̀ sínú bẹ̀.
Yorùbá káwọn abẹ́jẹ́ pé wọn ò lẹ́nu ọ̀rọ̀. General mélòó jẹ́ Yorùbá captain mélòó ló jẹ́ Yorùbá ní military tẹ́ gbóhùn ẹ̀ tàrí tó sọ̀rọ̀ rí. gbogbo ọlọ́pàá tá a ní police sector tán ní ráǹkì ìwọ̀n lẹ́gbóhùn ẹ̀ rí. Yorùbá dẹ̀ tí Yorùbá wọn kàn dìde kàn jí gírì kàn dìde kàn mọ̀ kàn tó ń ṣe. àwọn kìíní àwọn tó ń sọ pé wọ́n lọ rìpẹ́ǹtì pé wọ́n rìpẹ́ǹtì wọ́n kó wọ́n bẹ̀ yìí. Another strategy wà nílẹ̀ tó fẹ́ lò wọ́n fún tó máa hẹ́ẹ̀tì ju kàtà ṣe lọ.
epo pupa lẹ̀ ń rí yẹn o ní Malaysia fídíò tẹ̀ ń wò ní ẹ̀yìn.
Another strategy wà tó bá wọ́n sì ká wake up ká dìde ká jẹ́ ká gba kíní ká kúrò lábẹ́ wọn ká wà ń ti wá ká kúrò lábẹ́ wọn àkíńṣe kan náà wọ́n lọ́n ṣe dá wa ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni. àkíńṣe kan wọ́n kàn ń tà wá ni wọ́n rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tó wọ́n kó ọ lọ bìkan láti lọ train wọn for another mission ni. eléta ṣe yìí wọn kàn fi ń bò wá lójú ni pé tọ́jú wọn rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tàbí tó á jẹ́nu wọn irọ́ ni wọ́n pa o. ọmọ onílù tó wà tìlú mi tó ń jalè tó ń dàdú ẹrú tó ń tó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ dídẹ́ lè mú kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ sí kó kàn ṣẹ̀wọ̀n tẹ̀tún kó ọmọ àwọn ènìyàn tẹ̀tún bẹ Nàìjíríà kan dáríjì wọn. ẹ wo èmi ò rí ìlú yẹn rí o.
ẹ ṣe gan ni. fún àǹfààní ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀ ń wo fídíò tí a fi ń wọ̀nyí látẹ̀kan epo pupa ní Malaysia.
One of Malaysia palm oil's contributions to the world is palm biodiesel. With rising petrol prices and the ever-increasing needs for clean energy, the biodegradable, non-toxic, environmentally friendly and renewable palm biodiesel is very much the green fuel of the future. Malaysia, feeding almost 3...
Malaysia is the number one, so what to drop down here. Malaysia is the second biggest exporter of palm oil, epo pupa, in the world. Àwa ní káàkiri ní Nàìjíríà. Ìwúlò wo ló ń ṣe fún ẹ? The second largest, or the second biggest rather, exporter. Do you know what that means? That means pé as a businessman nísìn tó bá yẹ pé businessman ni mí mo prefer kí n rẹ epo pupa mi ní Malaysia wá sí UK than pé kí n rà ní Nàìjíríà kó wá sí bíbá torí tó bá tẹ̀lé kó rà ní Nàìjíríà kó gbé dé bíbá bottleneck oríṣiríṣi wàhálà left and right òun ló máa bá pàdé hello caller ẹ bá mute background.
Hello.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò bàbá wa.
Yes sir, ẹ káàsán sá o.
Ẹ ra sá o.
Mo fẹ́ dá sí ètò yìí.
Ẹ ti wà lórí ẹ̀ o.
Okay. I've been a follower of your program for a long time.
Thank you very much.
I really appreciate what you are doing.
Thank you, sir.
Mo ti ń tẹ̀lé ètò yín ó ti tọ́jọ́ tó ti pẹ́. Mo appreciate gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe. Today's NINAS program, I also followed it.
Okay.
And the truth of the matter is that until we are able to take our destiny in our hands, we are going nowhere. Àwọn tá à ń bá jà yìí, àwọn ready láti fi wá sílẹ̀ ní ìrọ̀rùn. Let me put it like that. And they control all the security apparatus.
Yes.
So it's going to be very, very, how will I say it now? It's going to be very challenging. We all must know what we are up against. Ewowogo resources in Niger Delta, they are using that resources to oil the caliphate, to buy ammunitions. And if you go to southwest, if you go to southeast, if you go to south, you will find out that in the last like maybe 5 years, 6 years, you see a lot of influx of aliens. I want to call them aliens because initially these people are not Nigerians. You see them on our land. Into one child láti ṣe ni pé wọ́n fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ pẹ̀lú agídí ni o pẹ̀lú tipátìkù wọ́n fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ wa. And until the Yorubas, I don't know how we are going to do it. Until the Igbos, I don't know how they are going to do it. The Niger Delta, unfortunately, the Niger Delta is quiet now. Abayet is signed PIB. Some Niger Delta has been complaining about. You are giving the indigenous people of Niger Delta, them you are giving them 3%, and you have allocated over 30% for oil exploration in the north. Virtually all the oil wells of Niger Delta is owned by all these caliphates. But majority of it is in the hands of all these people. So they have the money, they have everything against us. How we are going to come out of this without a fight, really, I don't know. And they are selling near news pay 1 year airport. Federal government, federal airport.
Concession, Concession.
Yeah. Yes, and by the time you go and find out those that will buy Muritala Mohammed Airport,
yeah.
Gbogbo infrastructure ti Yoruba ní láyé Western.
Àgbọ̀ alàgbà yẹn mọ́. Èmi náà rí news concession.
So the way it's going, we have to actually stand up and fight, and it's very unfortunate. Politicians, they are on their side, and if we stand up to resist all these politicians, their federal government is going to come against us. So how we are going to fight and have a superior force to fight on our side is what we should begin to work about. Except maybe we have the likes of United States on our side, we have all this world power on our side. But the whole NINAS territory should begin.
But but táwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ jà yìí tó bá end up báwọn fẹ́ jà bíi Taliban náà ṣe fẹ́ jà pé tó fi jàjàjà tó fi wọnú Kabul tó fi di páwọn lọ́wọ́ in control nísìnyí kí ló máa ṣẹlẹ̀.
So that is it. And it's looking like they are ready to fight because they are not going to give up easily. They control the security apparatus. They control the terrorists. It's just for them to funnel the ammunition into the hands of the terrorists. So, on a major noni, if we can approach United Nations, of which European really just United Nations, because the likes of Britain, those who are poor, I want you to indigenous people of Nigeria could worry. Gbogbo wealth wa ẹ máa rí gbogbo wọn Tinubu wà ní UK nísìnyí Buhari lọ sí UK gbogbo wọn UK all the stolen wealth of Nigeria, all the stolen wealth of Nigerian Port Authority, all the stolen wealth of all the oil companies is in UK. Ìyá kún ìyàjẹ́ yẹn olójókòó lé gbogbo ẹ̀ lórí. And that is what is working for them. I'm not even looking at their prime minister in UK. They are the ones behind it. Because you cannot say you will be supporting a corrupt government. People have been demonstrating over and over for months now. Look at the way they arrested Nnamdi Kanu. UK UK ló ti kúrò tó lọ sí Kenya tó fẹ́ lọ fún treatment. They are the ones. You can see their ambassador in Nigeria bó ṣe ń lọ káàkiri tó lọ ṣe meeting káàkiri. And unfortunately, we have politicians politicians in this NINAS territory, look at all their convoy. Emadi governor mi convoy to 25 Land Cruiser Prado. Ṣé owó bàbá wọn ni ṣé owó wa náà ni? So ìjẹkújẹ tí wọ́n ń jẹ yẹn kò jẹ́ kí wọ́n ti ẹ̀rù ilé táwọn èèyàn wọn rò. Wọ́n ń pa àwọn èèyàn wọn lójoojúmọ́. Wọn ní ìkankan láti sọ because they are enjoying the loot. So and if you stand up that you want to fight against them, they will charge you for treason that you are trying to overthrow a government. The same way once they set up Awolowo Noni, all the development in Western region was done under like 6 years of Awolowo's rule. And today now, all the assets of Yorubas have been taken over. About Obasanjo, you know what? I want to talk about a lot of our assets here. Assets Yoruba. Want it found. So the way forward, people should be prepared for the worst. Okay. That's just it. Except you are ready to fight, there is no liberation. Even if
I think he has said so much. Constitution and I'm sorry, maybe I'll have to leave that for a newer program so that we can get more out of it. It's quite shameful that, looking at all these things that we are seeing, and we cannot think about nothing that we have to show in Nigeria. Hello, sir.
Hello.
We can hear you loud and clear, sir. How are you, sir?
Mo máa ń bá àwọn èèyàn wa bí sọ̀rọ̀ pé kò sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe akọ̀ntọ́ra wa jẹ ni tàbá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń pariwo lójoojúmọ́ pé ìkíní gbà wọ̀. Wọ́n ti sọ wọ́n ní kùrùsọ̀jú bọ̀rọ̀ náà fi ń gbọmọ lọ́wọ́ ìkùrọ̀. Jàbá jí kíní àbá tí ò bá sí action akọ̀wọ́n máa sọ̀rọ̀ ni. Torí àwọn pípọ̀ nọ́mbà 1 àkàkọ́ tẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ nílé wa. Ẹ̀wù ilé tí wọ́n pè ní vice president Ọ̀ṣínbàjò àlókè lórúkọ tó lóun jẹ́. Ó sọ pé long time ago mo ní tí máa yí torí ẹ̀ bá pé ṣe ló yẹ kó resign. Kí ló wá tí ò ní? Ó lẹ́ education, ó lẹ́ preaching, kí ló wá tí ò ní? Tó yẹ kó ti resign long time ago. So gbogbo àwọn wèrè tí wọ́n tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ló wà wájú tó kàn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí í ṣèṣekúṣe. Àwọn ló kó wa sí wàhálà. Irú eléyìí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nísìnyí tí gbogbo àgbáyé sọ̀rọ̀ ó sì ń bọ̀ Nàìjíríà tàbá ṣọ́ra. So pé àwọn òyìnbó yìí wọn ò lè ever support wa akọ̀ntọ́ra wa jẹ ni. Ojúbọ̀rọ̀ náà fi ń gbọmọdé wọ ìgbọ̀rọ̀kẹ́ mo ṣe sọ tẹ́lẹ̀. Aláti múra ká dìde pé yes, enough is enough. Tó bá ti léwúrẹ́ tó bá ti kọ olóògiri ó máa yí padà náà, and that's the way it's supposed to be. Ẹwu ìlú wọ̀nyí ẹwu ibi tá a wà pẹ̀lú ọjọ́ orí wa a bá fẹ́ lọ ra oníye percentage tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì máa oye oògùn tá a mọ́ tó yẹ ká rà nìkan bí $40 ó lè jẹ́ nǹkan bí about $4 la máa sọ. Gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ló máa ṣe yòókù. Bẹ̀ẹ̀ni àwọn èèyàn wa gbọ́. Ìjọba dẹ̀ rí àná láti tí mo máa ń rò wípé ṣe rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wa gbẹ́dà pé ìyà yẹn wọ́n bí wọn sínú ẹ̀. Ó dẹ̀ ti wà nínú ọpọlọ wọn. Ẹ wo orú Ọ̀ṣínbàjò yìí. Wọ́n bí sínú ìyà ni. Ó dẹ̀ ti wà lọ́pọlọ ìgbà tó dẹ̀ ojú ẹ̀ dẹ̀ wà láì sẹ́ẹ̀kú ó ṣe nǹkan tó ní lárí irọ́ ni. Torí ìyà tó ti gba ọpọlọ èrò kò jẹ́ kó lè ṣe nǹkan kan mọ́. So bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló ṣe wà káàkiri àwọn aṣíwájú wa. Àwọn yóò wọ̀n tó dẹ̀ ń bọ̀ torí ìyà tán bí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ náà sí náà ìyà yẹn náà kò jẹ́ kó mọ nǹkan tó ní kẹ́kẹ́ lòmíì sọ. Torí tí mi bá sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí mo kàn máa wò ó pé kí lè lè sọ lẹ́nu ká ní freedom kí everything wa ó jẹ́ pé à ń ṣe ní tí ò sí pé ẹnìkan ló máa Yorùbá ní gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀ Èkìtì sọ̀rọ̀ Abẹ́òkúta gbọ́ gbogbo wa tí ó yẹ kó jẹ́ pé anything tá a bá ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ la mọ̀ ká jẹ̀ máa gbọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ká ṣe máa fa káwọn wà ní lábẹ́ àwọn wèrè kan ẹrù wọn náà tó bá wá sí south inú igbó ni tó máa ń gbé egbò kìtàdà kò sí bó ṣe torí mo rántí àwọn kan nígbà tí mo wà lé tí wọ́n bá mi ṣiṣẹ́ mo jẹ́ tó advice ẹ̀ pé kó àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀kọ́ mu wá irọ́ ni bẹ̀tọ́ tí wọ́n pè fún àkọ́ máa gbé nínú igbó kan máa gbé káàkiri wọ́n dẹ̀ kó àwọn gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wa ìwọ̀n kó wọn pọ̀ wọ́n ṣe kí ẹwọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tí Odùduwà investment gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́n ti bàjẹ́ kò sí kankan tí Yorùbá máa tó lóòní kò sí. Ọlọ́wà kọ́ wa mọ̀ ṣe o.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá wa. Ẹ rí pé mo gbé yín wá sí PricewaterhouseCoopers. These are companies that probably will not want the breakup of Nigeria. All these multinational companies. A lot of us are not looking into it. Tí bá sọ ní gbogbo wa pé we are not just fighting Fulanis. We are also fighting all these multinational companies like PricewaterhouseCoopers, Shell, all these big top players. They're also part of our problems. I think we should wind it down. What do you guys think? Said so much already today. I've really enjoyed it. A lot of experience. Especially when people call, you can see the pains in the heart of the people. But we must not give up. It's coming up to 3:30, Tuesday the 17th. We started from here, the constitutional force majeure. I was able to translate it to Yoruba as well. The proposed constitution you can download on our website. Let's come back again. We have a caller. Hello?
Hello?
Ekason.
Ekason. Ekusha.
How are you, ma?
Sherry, nǹkan tẹ́yìn mo fẹ́ sọ lẹ́yìn honestly. Mo fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn my own opinion káwọn èèyàn gbàgbé pé bóyá Mùsùlùmí àbí Christian àbí nǹkan. All these people, it's not about religion. All these people, they are animals. Kò síbi tí wọ́n ti máa ní pé kéèyàn ẹni tó bá jẹ́ Mùsùlùmí àbí anywhere tó máa ní pé it's good láti máa kò sí ìwé ìfúngan àwọn tó jẹ́ pé oníṣẹ̀ṣe pé kọ́ máa pààyàn kọ́ máa rape kọ́ máa ṣe gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀. It's not about Mùsùlùmí. It's not about Christians. Then also, àwọn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé Òṣìbàjò gbọ̀ngàn. Honestly, it's so sad. Táwọn èèyàn bá tó ń rò pé àbúyẹ̀ èèyàn ń sọ̀rọ̀ owó wọn àwọn kan máa side pé ẹ má bú ẹni báyìí ẹ má bú. So wọ́n máa ń ṣe the right thing. Kò sẹ́ni tó rẹ́dì tó máa bú wọn náà. But the way tó ń ṣe and àwọn tó dẹ̀ the way táwọn èèyàn fi ń suffer is I don't know mi bóyá torí pé mi wá emotional ṣá anyway. Mi ò mọ bí wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ sọ bó ṣe bí ìlú yẹn ṣe ń dé. Téèyàn bá rò ó deeply, that country tó bá continue bó ṣe wà yìí, the next 10 years, honestly, mo kọ́ tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú yìí. So we just have to, we only have to think deeply, honestly, about this thing. It's no more funny. It's so sad. It's something that you can't really figure out. These people are animals. They are wicked. They are so cruel. They don't care about anybody. So why should we think together? Why should we say yes? You respect them, you do that. I don't want to use any F words. But I don't respect what is it doing? Benefit from then what is the essence? Why is it there? You can just resign, leave the thing and leave it for them. Let people know that this thing, they should just leave the thing. So honestly, it's so sad. It's so sad because me really more what your fashion and like what and see that is also last sorrow. The Babelo me sorrow,
Oh my God, èèyàn fẹ́ lè ní pé kéèyàn la orí àwọn obìnrin kó láti resign sí ọpọlọ ẹ̀ the way they think. Honestly, it's so sad, but I don't know. Anyway,
enlightenment náà ni ẹ ṣe gan-an wọn. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Nàìjíríà, mo mọ̀ pé ó wà expensive fún yín and we've been online for a very long time. Let's come to Germany. Hello, caller.
Mr. Koiki, sir. I'm coming from Germany.
I can see that.
And you have a dozen to me.
Ẹ ti wà lórí ètò.
Yeah, I see. See, I mean, point making in the more serious than me. Point me àkọ́kọ́.
À ń gbọ́ yín. À ń gbọ́ yín. À ń gbọ́ yín, ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
Hello.
À ń gbọ́ yín sẹ́. À ń gbọ́ yín, ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ. À ń gbọ́ yín sẹ́.
So the first point wọ́n hàn yẹn ni pé lérí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wa tí wọ́n wà lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ará bíi àwọn DSS. So ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ George àwọn ẹni tó jẹ́ adájọ́ tó dá ẹjọ́ wọn yìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So nǹkan tí mo rí bí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ni pé àti adájọ́ àtàdájọ́ president náà kọ́ ló ní wọ́n ni president náà ló ní wọ́n. Nǹkan tó máa fọ́n sí fèrè ọ̀hún ló fọ́n jáde. Nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ nìyẹn, nǹkan tó ń dá bọ́ọ̀lù nìyẹn. Nǹkan tó ń kádájọ́ ó dẹ̀ wọ́n ti try láti wá ẹ̀sùn láti kà sí wọn lóye tí wọ́n rí. Nǹkan tó ń sọ fún adájọ́ kọ́ dá òun ló dá yẹn. Ṣé ti ọ̀dà nǹkan tó ń fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn understand nípa wọn. So number 2 bẹ̀ ni pé ẹ jẹ́ ká kún fún àdúrà. Nítorí nǹkan tó wà nílẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ìjọba là ń sọ yìí. Tí wọ́n jẹ́ pé ọ̀rọ̀ èèyàn sí èèyàn bá ní sí ó sì wáyé sí ìjọba la pé àwọn onífọwọ́ adé wà lọ́wọ́ wọn kò sí ìkẹta fẹ́ ṣe pé wọ́n bẹ Ọlọ́run ọba kọ́nà bá ayọ̀ àwọn èèyàn kúrò ń bẹ̀ lọ. Then ẹ̀kẹta bẹ̀ tí wọ́n tó ní wọ́n fẹ́ sọ ni pé tó bá yẹ kó bá yí sí láti pé àwọn tó wà ní Nàìjíríà wọ́n stop láti máa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ àtàgbé lọ́wọ́ ìtorí láìsí ó wà very important sí i. Torí wọ́n ti ń tẹ́tọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn bọ̀ àwọn táwọn náà bọ́ọ̀lù báyìí orí sì fún wa kò sí wọn tá a sí ìbàyìí fún rèé ní Nàìjíríà káwọn tó wà Nàìjíríà kó má lè ṣe kéde wọ́n lè stop káwọn ọmọ ọba lọ́wọ́ ìbàyìí báyìí bọ́ ọmọ wa ṣèfù pẹ̀lú bàbá yẹn bí mi ṣe rò ó. Bí mi ṣe rò ó torí bàbá gbàgede mọ́ sí wọ́n ti tẹ́tì bàbá yẹn wọ́n ti tẹ́tì ẹ̀ bàbá gbàgede wọn tí wọ́n ní máa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa òótọ́ àdìsẹ́.
Gbogbo àwọn mídíà tó wà nínú tẹ́tì
àwọn tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí sìn ẹ̀yin náà wo wàhálà tàn sí láti jọ ilé ọ̀rọ̀ wọn so àwọn táwọn àìbá yóò mú àyè sí fún wa láti continue so káwọn tó wà ń lé yẹn wọn ò dẹ̀ ra stop díẹ̀ náà káwọn wà lọ báyìí tí wájú dé ní yìí tí wọn dìde pé táwọn tó wà ní ìbọn báwo ni ẹ̀mí wọn sì ṣe fún òfin bí máa jí wọn parí ọ̀pọ̀ fún àwọn oníwọ̀n ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn sì wò lè sùn lé mọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ lè sùn nílé ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà ń lè bọ̀ àwọn táwọn arábìnrin kò sí nǹkan tó lè bá wa sí ọ̀rọ̀ táwọn sọ ìbàyẹn náà ní yìí tí kò sí nǹkan méjì. So kọ́lọ́ dáhùn kọ́lọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ wa ṣe. So ọ̀rọ̀ nípa tí Ọ̀ṣínbàjò tí àwọn yẹn sọ nípa ẹ̀ tí Ọ̀ṣínbàjò ṣe wà yẹn lẹ́nu ìtẹ̀mí ó lè jẹ́ kó òun gẹ́gẹ́ ní àkọ́kọ́ ẹni tó tọ́ fẹ́ kí Yorùbá dájú ṣùgbọ́n òun bí dákọ́ sọ fẹ́ kú ni. Ẹni tẹ́ pé títọ́ ní ìdìbò kúrò Nàìjíríà òun ò lè fi sí ẹ̀kọ́ máa kọ̀ntínú sí òun ní òun sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n pa ni wọ́n pọ̀ ẹ̀sìn ẹ̀ ni. Kò sí Yorùbá kẹ́kẹ́ tó mú jẹ́ wọn Yorùbá gidi tí ò ní wò kí akọlùkọ ẹrú kò sí Yorùbá ọ̀hún ẹni tó fún wọn Awólọ́wọ̀ kí ni Awólọ́wọ̀ tí àkóso títí àbáyọ pé ṣé tí ìyàwó mi ní Yorùbá ni ní wọ́n á ní fẹ́ kí Yorùbá kò mìíràn bóun tó bẹ̀ kí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ wọ́n gómìnà wa ẹni pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ kí wọ́n kó jáde kí wọ́n mọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Yorùbá pé nǹkan tó ń ṣe ọ̀dà ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ àwọn ni tó bẹ̀ kí wọ́n sọ mo fẹ́ dàn yín wọn dá fún àdìmí dáadáa mo tó bẹ̀ tó bá dánwò lọ́wọ́ ṣẹlẹ̀.
Ọlọ́run kọ́ àmọ́ ṣe ẹ ṣe gan ni.
Ṣé rí mo tó bẹ̀ kí wọ́n sọ àwọn tí ò sí ìjọba ni tó yẹ láti sọ̀rọ̀ tí ò bá sọ.
Màá jẹ́ kí bàbá wa yẹn máa lọ. Àníri jù báyìí lọ lénìí tó bá tún di ọ̀la. We will continue. Our people need to be more enlighten, and that's what we are showing. We bring so many views. I travel around the globe. I lọ sí Malaysia, Malaysia, I lọ Estonia, I lọ different places. Malaysia, the second biggest oil producer, exports. That means pay a lot of forex. A lot of people employ. We won't get tired. Kò ní sú wa, kò ní rẹ̀ wá. Mo kí gbogbo wa pé ẹ ṣé tí ẹ bá wa dá sí ètò ti ọ̀sán yìí. It's been a long day already. We're going to wind it down now. And I said, thank you very much. Once again, just a recap. Go on KOIKIMEDIA. All the necessary information on NINAS, the press release, www.koikimedia.com. www.koikimedia.com. You can also find there as well the update of the proposed constitution. We will discuss that tomorrow. Likewise, we hope to get more in terms of the NINAS petition. We need to go and sign it more. Very, very important. Nigeria is a crime scene, but the politicians are ready to deceive you again for another 4 years. And that's what they're doing. Putting out all kind of mechanism, telling you that there will be job opportunity, job creation, we will fix your road and we will bring electricity to your doorstep. Mo kí gbogbo alẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan tí a ti jọ wà lórí ètò yẹn. Let us make it a day tomorrow again as we continue to tell our loved ones at home, don't go for that election. It's just as simple as that. Let's tell them, our Yoruba politician, to close the shops. Tẹ́ bá lọ gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tí Tony sọ nínú ibẹ̀ nígbà tí wọ́n bí. I hope I'll find that section and I'll play it tomorrow. It's too late now. He was asked, what happened if nothing is going to be done? Ó máa di gídígbò ni. Ó máa di gídígbò ni. But kó tó di gídígbò, we will continue to talk to the people. Nigeria, once again, a crime scene. Yoruba Nation, no going back. Hashtag I stand with Igboho. We hope our loved ones at home will realize that the fight is not for today. The fight is for the future. You have been caged, and we are trying to release you out of that cage. The worst case is you won't come to Nigeria. Look, don't think Nigeria is the only country in the world. We have 195. So coming to Nigeria is not a priority. Don't come to Nigeria. Come to Nigeria. Ó mọ ìlú tó wà lágbàáyé tí ẹ̀ máa sọ pé Nàìjíríà tó jẹ́ pé ó lè jẹ gbé. Okay, I said I was going to show a business that collapsed. Let me quickly say that. I won't take calls anymore, but we're just going to wind it down. Morilori Linda Ikeji Lano. Let me see if I can find it. This was a business owner somewhere in Onitsha, where the whole business got burnt down because of the negligence of your shithole country called Nigeria. So, Kilo and Nigeria is a debt trap. Debt, pain, hunger, That is the only thing you can get out of that shithole country called Nigeria. Everybody is now becoming an NGO. Come, I want to follow you. I want to go lapa. I want to yanje te bimpa. Ṣé ẹ máa solve problem? Ìbéèrè ni o. Ṣé yẹn máa solve problem? Let me show you quickly. This was a business somewhere in Onitsha for the negligence of a system that is not working. Multiple luxurious buses belonging to Ifechukwu Transport go up in flames. Let me share a delay talking here. Multiple luxurious buses tí wọ́n fowó iyebíye rà tó fi ń ṣe iṣẹ́ okòwò ní Nàìjíríà nílẹ̀ Igbo, Ifechukwu Transport go up in flames. Ẹ máa gbọ́ o, after a truck rammed into an oil tanker and caused a fire. At least 15 of the luxurious buses belonging to Ifechukwu Transport Company have gone up in flames in Onitsha. According to the eyewitness report, an oil-laden tanker developed a fault and was parked by the side of the road when a truck carrying goods rammed into the truck. This resulted in a fire. Is this a country? And the people will tell you, look at it, look at it. Accident does happen, don't get me wrong. But accident that can be avoided, health and safety. Jerry, oh my God. 15 luxurious buses. Only God knows how much each one of them cost. I hope he has insurance. Look at it. All burnt to pieces because of the negligence of a system that is not working. That is just a trap, not an ordinary. That is just a trap. It's not ordinary. Yes, we see a lot of businesses from the Yoruba land and the Biafra land goes in flame with oil tanker. Every single week, there will be one explosion. Every single week, there will be one explosion. But your politicians will try to tell us the other way around. Ask yourself, have the governor of Oyo State gone back to Igogon to rebuild Igogon? Has the governor of Oyo State gone back to Igogon to rebuild Igogon? Or has they left Igogon like that after the carnage that took place? Ìbéèrè ni o, we are all in a big mess, but everyone is pretending as if everything is okay, it's cool. They have money, they have wealth. They believe that nothing is going to happen. They were thinking like that. You see all the white. Do you know that there were more white people doing businesses in Afghanistan, in Kabul? They might not go to other cities, but they were stuck in Kabul doing businesses, whether they were consultants. The same way you have them in Lagos. They will not go to Djibouti. They are Chinese, no man Djibouti, but Oyinbo ni lo, Adros Abuja, Adedros Eko. But when the problem starts, they will come with the aircraft. It's called RAF to come and take them away. And that is going to be when the Fulani come out of the forest into the city. It will happen. It will happen. At 1600 hours, we'll close the program. Oh, you don't believe that? Let's hear maybe this man. Since you do not believe what I am saying, maybe this man that gave us hint of what we should expect. Let's hear him again.
Which is it for you, Dr. Obadiah? Do you think the government is unwilling or unable to protect the people of Southern Kaduna?
In fact, it is not only unable, it is unwilling, and we have good reason to feel that they are part and parcel of the killers. Let me make some revelations to you.
That's a very big allegation, Dr. Obadiah. The government is part and parcel of the killers. That's big.
Yes. Okay. How would the government just say, oh, it is revenge killing and so on? Then you leave it there. Oh, because it is revenge killing and so on and so forth. The body language of this administration, the body language of the state government shows clearly that they have a hand in the killings. No doubt about it. Because, you see, General Abacha, and people don't give him his due. Do you think you would have tolerated such nonsense? And let me make some revelations, because some of us also have our own intelligence networks.
Okay.
Have met with some of the bandits. We have met with some of their high commanders. One or two who have repented. They have sat down with us, not once, not twice. They told us that one of the northern governors is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Boko Haram and the bandits are one and the same thing. They have a sophisticated network. During this lockdown, their planes were moving up and down as though there was no lockdown. Moving ammunitions, moving logistics, moving money, and distributing them in different parts of the country. They are already in the south, in the rainforest of the south. They are everywhere. They told us that when they finish these rural killings, they will move to phase 2. The phase 2 is they will go into the urban cities, going from house to house, killing prominent people. I can tell you, this is the game plan. By 2022, they want to start a civil war in Nigeria.
I didn't say so. So when people say, Koiki, you want to create a war in Nigeria? No. Dr. Obadiah told us on a live interview in Abuja last year that the terrorist wants to start a civil war. Do you know what that means in Nigeria? So you can deceive yourself, or you can be fooled by those telling you it's never going to happen. Or you can prepare your mind that if you're waiting for the white man or the white woman, let's hear this video before 4 o'clock.
There is a kind of half-assed liberal idea that while colonialism wasn't great, at least Britain gave India the trains. And maybe that's something they should be thankful for. After all, trains are pretty useful, especially in the 7th largest country on Earth. So, colonialism, maybe not all that bad? Unfortunately, Britain also stole $45 trillion from India, all the while exploiting religious divisions between the Hindu and Muslim communities and further turning them against each other. And those beloved railways, they became the sites of mass slaughter while Britain sat back and watched. Empires of Dirt, a show about Europeans getting rich at the expense of everyone else. Britain first got involved in India through the East India Company, which had its headquarters right here on Leadenhall Street. A private company owned by London stockholders, the East India Company grew over the next 300 years to become a quasi-governmental body with its own army and laws responsible for trading spices, cotton, silk and tea all over the world. By 1858, ownership of the East India Company had been transferred to Queen Victoria after the failed Indian Rebellion. Trains were the brainchild of British engineers. The East India Company would use railways to transport exploited resources like cotton and coal more efficiently around India. And it worked. Between 1853 and 1924, a railway network was created to help Britain extract from India relentlessly. And it's not like we gave India the railways either, by the way. We made India pay for them, and we ripped them off in the process. Despite Indian mechanics having their own efficient sheep designs, Britain made India buy trains from them. Between 1854 and 1947, over 14,000 locomotives were imported from the UK to India. Initially, Indians weren't even allowed to work on the trains. They were staffed entirely by white people, from the board directors to the ticket collectors. The railways made little profit, but British shareholders who invested in its construction made vast returns, guaranteed at the expense of Indian taxpayers who had to pay for it. India's railways were basically like someone burgling your house, building a ramp to wheel all your stuff out, sending you a bill for that ramp, and expecting a round of applause at the end of it. Now that the railways were built, Britain could get down to the task at hand, squeezing India for every last ounce of profit. They were really good at it. In the 1600s, when the East India Company was established, Britain accounted for less than 2% of the world's GDP, while India accounted for almost a quarter of it. By the 18th century, Britain had become one of the most powerful empires in the world, while the prosperity of the Mughal Empire was fading fast. Britain relentlessly squeezed India for every last bit of resource for its own uses. In 1943, up to 4 million Bengalis starved to death, partly because their food was diverted towards British soldiers during World War II. Winston Churchill said the famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits. After it was no longer profitable to remain in India, and after receiving huge pressure from the Indian independence movement, the British finally left in 1947. Before they went, they split the country into two: Hindu-majority India and Muslim-majority Pakistan, in an act that became known as partition. But in their haste to get out of the country, British diplomats arranged a shoddy partition agreement that ignored the fact there would be interreligious conflict. Cyril Radcliffe, the British lawyer assigned to draw the borders of Pakistan and India, was given 40 days to do it. After partition, millions of Muslims trekked to Pakistan in what is now known as Bangladesh, while Indians and Sikhs headed the other way. Violence between Pakistan and India ensued. Within a year of the British leaving, 15 million people were displaced, and between 1 and 2 million people were dead. Trains became the sites for mass murder during the migration. Trains filled with refugees crossing the border on each side were stopped, and everyone on board was murdered. Women were captured and raped. Carriages were set on fire with petrol, with people still inside. The only ones spared were the drivers, so they could transport their trains full of dead bodies to the final destination. The British knew about the train massacres, but they'd already washed their hands clean of India. Prime Minister Clement Attlee, writing to Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India in 1947, said, "Keep India united if you can. If not, save something from the wreck. In any case, get Britain out." Despite all this, the 4 million starved to death, the careless partition, the $45 trillion they stole from the Indian people, many don't think that the British did anything wrong in India. A YouGov poll in 2014 found that 59% of respondents thought the British Empire was something to be proud of, and only 19% were ashamed of its misdeeds. Trains, cricket, empire. What could possibly be wrong with that?
Well, and that will be from me. Hope you enjoyed our short two last videos. My name is OLAYOMI KOIKI. The platform remains the same. It's KOIKIMEDIA, as we continue to enlighten our youth back home on the more reason why a total disintegration out of Nigeria is the best option for us moving forward as the indigenous owner of the land. The 1999 constitution that has been used on us, we have actually all been renewed that constitution on behalf of the political parties that have become our masters, and you have become the slaves underneath there. The reason why you do not have a quality education, security, welfare, transportation, better opportunity is because the 1999 constitution has been crafted in a way to make you watching me right now, whether you're a female, you're a male, whether you're adult, you're not, whether you're a children, or whether you do not even understand the reason why you're suffering, it's all been crafted into that 1999 fraudulent constitution by Abdul Salam Abubakar. of the military decree. Kí ni à ń try láti sọ fún yín ni pé ìdí kan tí gbogbo wa ṣe ń jìyà láti joy nínú Nàìjíríà kò ju pé Fúlàní tí gbogbo yín sọ pé Fúlàní àtàwùsá wọ́n ti gbàròpọ̀ pọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kọ̀ọ̀kan tí wọ́n ń pera wọn ní politician tó ń pera wọn ní ìjọba tó ń ṣe ìjọba lé wa lórí. Ìdí tí ò ṣe ní iléèwé tó dáa, ò lè lọ sí hospital, security ò sí, wọ́n ò tọ́jú arúgbó, wọ́n ò tọ́jú ọmọdé, ò lè rìn láti ìlú ẹ̀ sí ìlú kan, ò lè lọ sínú abúlé sábúlé, o mọ gbogbo àwọn eré tó máa ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ tó yẹ pé o kàn lè lọ ṣe hide and seek nínú igbó, má dán wò nísìn nítorí pé tí Fúlàní bá gbé ẹ lọ owó ribete ló máa san tó bá fẹ́ bẹ́ sùn tí wọ́n bá jẹ́ obìnrin. Èyí tá a ṣe ń sọ pé ẹ má tún jẹ́ kí ẹ fún àwọn politician láyè election tó ń bọ̀. If not, ẹnu á máa gbẹ ní gbogbo ìgbà ni o. Have a very good afternoon.
Nick Barley. Ọmọlúwa dìde, wọ́n sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀. Amalgamation in Nigeria, created by the enemy of black men. Then, where the black never civilize. Location 9, that is what it is. The country where the leader said the people's glory. They turn their children to prostitute, and they turn boy children to terrorists. Now, terrorists on the takeover. Yoruba people say we know they do again. Say hold the true our nation, that is what we want now. Freedom, 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 freedom. When the fuck they come and free us? Freedom, 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 freedom. Now, location 9 ìlú Boko Haram, ìlú àwọn hush politician àti S-men. Fake promises every year, fake miracle everywhere, fake military anywhere. Now, all the dry people wanna go. Biafra people wanna go. Location 419 need to break for freedom, 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 freedom. We need the freedom, 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 freedom. Kusina kosomi kosonja kosana kosisi kariti bibi tabibisi. Free education and audio. Good security na one chance. Over 100 million people don't work. All my nigga need a job, they know they see work. They want to go to farm, full and near attack. Don't give me any fucking reason why we no go. Even many people say they wanna go. Freedom, 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 freedom. Freedom, 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 freedom. Tó bá gbàgbọ́ nínú ojú Republic, ẹ̀jẹ̀ kan sí wọ́n bọ̀. To Africa to come and enslave us, and you call it colonization. You join four nations together, and you call it one Nigeria. We tell you we are one, when only Yoruba never get themselves right. But you join us together, even with the people who never think like us. And since then, you damage our culture, you damage our language, and you damage our way of life. Just because of your whole greediness. Since 2014, come to Nigeria, come and separate all you match together as one. We are not one, we can never be one. We don't have the same culture, we don't speak the same language. We just came there from nowhere and match us together. Who making God over us? We don't know anything about us. We just come there from nowhere and match us together. Since then, we never get it right. And here you are, everybody today, as what it told. Amalgamation 418 expire. What expire last in 2014. So IG and Masu, I àsìkò ti tó láti jà fún ẹ̀tọ́ lẹ bàbá yín. A fool at 60 is a fool forever. Ẹ má sùn.